disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. When I remember, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And anywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, B Road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. No, you cause you will come. And because I want a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Humps Day. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week. You are almost there. If you are from Liberia, your day is over. You are waiting on Thursday. So today is great for us on the East Coast. It is 5:10. We are just getting ready to leave. Some people have just left. They're on their way home. If you're on I-95 from Miami to West Palm Beach, your traffic is tough. If you are leaving Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, traffic is rough at this time. If you are leaving Martin County, St. Lucie County to the south, the traffic is terrible. And if you are leaving Central Florida, that's Orlando down south, the traffic is terrible. You either use I-95 or use the Florida Turnpike. Either way, it's a drag at this time until 7 p.m. If you are in the Miami-Dade area, you got close to 6 million people traveling at this time, moving all over the place. Just that little place, 5 million people. A lot of traffic. You got movement all over the place. For those of you that love to have a great time, the weekend starts tomorrow on South Beach. If you want to have fun, you want the best restaurant, the best locations, the best looking people on the planet. This is where South America, Central America, Brazil, you name it, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, you name it, this is where the best, the most beautiful people meet, and they just take out their clothes. When I say take out their clothes, I mean they are dressed in bathing suits and, just walking Miami Beach. It's time to relax and just have a great time. So if you have never been to the South, call me and I will take you on a tour. Yes, to our great fans for the Miami Heat, we suffered a defeat yesterday that was greater than just the scores. The greatest man on our team, Bam Adebayo, was injured. If you saw the game last night, it was the play-in game between the Miami Heat and the Charlotte Hornets. And on one particular play, as Bam Adebayo went up for a rebound, Melo Ball grabbed him by the leg and pulled him, and he went up and landed on his tailbone. For a man who is almost 7 feet tall, fell and never came back into the game. The best player on the team was deliberately injured by another player on the other team. And according to the NBA rule, that guy should have been ejected from the game for a flagrant foul, targeting the best players on the other team. But for some reason, the referees never did anything. So that's how it is. We got a lot of topic. At 6 o'clock, the CMC representatives will be here for a brief movement. You know, they are having this, we are having an installation of 3 chapters into one in Philadelphia, May the 2nd through the 3rd. And they will be here briefly to tell us what is going on and what fun that is going to be. I heard they have invited the closing argument and all media houses in the local area to come and see what they say that CMC will be doing. So Mr. Ansu Duclay and Ansu Collet will be here briefly to just tell us what's happening, and then we get back to national events. I think Mr. Victor Nagbe will love to be here as Secretary General of the CMC. We would love to be here to juice it up. But today in Liberia, let's go to what's happening in the Republic. The National Elections Commission is homeless. The court ordered the NEC to vacate the single property, restores the ownership to the Marshall family. The NEC is homeless. We will discuss. There's an article in the Liberia Investigator that caught my attention. It says, while digging up gold in Liberia, Bear Mountain imported its own groceries. They are bringing in their basic commodities, their foods, from Turkey. Not a dime of their money is going into the local economy. They're not even buying ice or cassava or potato grain or sweet potato or corn from Cape Mount County. They are bringing everything in from Turkey after they have dug up all millions of pounds of gold. We need to dig a little deeper Police face criticism over excessive force of tear gas. Tension erupt at Monrovia student protest. SUP demand release of comrades after delivering job and justice petition to the U.S. Embassy. Cummings and Gongloe confront the House over attempt to expel Seleke Kromah. There are additional explosive developments in the Republic. Representative Seleke Kromah is still seeking delays in the committee, but yet the committee rejected his request for a delay. Representative Kromah assembled legal team to deal with the issues. A 26-year-old woman was charged with false statement. I think you may have heard last week or so, a lady said she was adopted, put in a car, and taken away. According to court observers, former Finance Minister Tomalin was left hanging on a $6.2 million deal. So, they may have done or made an appeal that was denied. We will delve into these issues as our full partnerships, panelists, opinionated folks show up. We will discuss these things and more. And as usual, we're going to be asking you to let us know what is on your mind. What is it that we are not covering that you think we should cover? Let us know where you're tuning in from so we can send a shout out. Flex is reminding you that today the price of gold is $4,800 an ounce. This is US dollar. Just imagine, according to Flex Electronics 4769, if an ounce of gold is $4,800, divide that or multiply that by 4 million tons. That's how much Bead Mountain is getting from the Republic of Liberia. Not only are they digging up gold, but they have decided not even a dime of that money is going to go back into the Liberian economy. They are bringing in their cokes. Today, we also saw an undercover video where they even brought in their own car washers. Bead Mountain imported car washers. Somebody was pressure cleaning the trucks that deliver fuel in the fields. And now the Liberian investigators are reporting that they are bringing in their own cooks and they are importing everything that they cook in Liberia, nothing from the local economy. If they eat potato, they import their own potato. If they eat sweet potatoes, they import their own sweet potatoes. If they eat rice, they import their own rice. If they drank water, they imported their own water. Nothing goes back into the local economy. These are the things that we should be talking about and concentrating on the bread and butter issue of the Liberian people. Instead, we are spending millions to expel one guy. This is the Republic of Liberia, and I always use the word that you are going to bequeath to the next generation, a broken system, illogical system. Men and women who are so dealing with it that there is no logical person that I see in a house that makes sense. Like Mr. Colette was saying today, his message was to every Liberians. I never heard, even though I speak Bassa, my Bassa is even better than that. How can you say everything? He said Liberian plural. He said every Liberians. If Colette is from Bond County or Nima County, you are an embarrassment to your people, not even the nation. You don't understand the simple subject-verb agreement, and you are representing Bond County. But you are fixated on expelling a man who expresses himself, who uses his own constitutional rights. If I were charging someone with treason, I would charge those that signed this monstrosity of a contract to be mountain. If you didn't recall that contract, dismantle it, tear it up and redo it, then we should charge you with treason. You have done more harm to the Liberian people than Yeke will ever do by talking. And Mr. Gregory Kromah, you have done more to the future generation than Yeke Kehleboe have done. You have beaten, you have disgraced and incarcerated young men and women who were protesting for jobs and justice. Liberia is a country where the police chief is so powerful that he will write Congress to impeach and remove a sitting representative. I thought Gregory Kromah would have addressed the nation and tell us exactly what he intends to do to secure the border and give confidence to those who live along the border that they will be protected. I was in Liberia in February and I saw on their car to serve and to protect. There's nothing on their car that says to serve and to expel. This is the country that you are going to bequeath to the next generation, that power and might makes right. Powers that are not relegated to you by the Constitution. Sooner or later, we are going to find, as we come closer to the elections and criticism will peak, we will begin to see the disappearance of people. Opposition will be dying the fly, disappearing midnight. Like the AP guy said, he said when we were driving around and trying to do our research, we saw a black car, no license plate, following us everywhere we went. That's from the AP. If you don't know what the AP is, the Associated Press, international. Briefly, I want to commend my Bassa brother, Mr. Jackson. The economist Samuel Jackson's suspend role with CMC. We talked about it briefly yesterday, but I have to read it so you understand. It says, Monrovia, Liberia, the renowned Liberian economist Samuel P. Jackson has announced his immediate suspension of his affiliation and role as an economic strategist for the CMC, the Movement for Change in Liberia, Citizens Movement for Change, citing ongoing legal proceeding linked to the tragic death of his wife. In a formal letter addressed to CMC political leader Musa Hassan Bility, Jackson said his decision is intended to prevent the legal matter from overshadowing the party's mission and activities. Jackson is currently facing a manslaughter charge brought by the Liberian National Police following the death of his wife, Tony Jackson. He has strongly denied the allegations. According to Jackson, Tony was discovered semi-conscious in the couple's bedroom, lying in a pool of blood with a deep cut on her head. She was first rushed to St. Joseph's Catholic Hospital and later transferred to JFK Medical Center, where she was pronounced dead after undergoing surgery. In his letter dated April 13, 2026 from Gaytown, Oro in Monrovia, Jackson stated that his withdrawal from CMC is temporary and will remain in effect pending the outcome of the judicial proceedings. This decision is taken in the best interest of the institution to ensure that ongoing legal matters do not distract from the mission objectives of the movement, he said. Despite stepping aside, Jackson reaffirmed his commitment to the CMC's broader agenda, including promoting peace, stability, economic growth, and social equity in Liberia. The development marks a significant movement for the opposition movement, as Jackson has been a key figure in shaping its economic policies. His legal case is expected to draw public attention in the coming weeks as proceedings unfold. That is what professional folks do. It is not about Jackson, it is about the country. So Jackson put country first. And the chairman of the CMC agreed. In other news, the LFA set May 15 election date imposes 5-day candidate deadline. With Liberia football election back on track, the LFA election committee has set May 15th as the new date, but candidates now face a tight 5-day window to secure their place on the ballot. In a formal statement issued late Monday, April 13, Myean Ben confirmed that the elections will be held in Painesville City, Montserrat County, following the lifting of a court injunction that has stalled the process. Prospective candidates have until 5 p.m. on April 17th to submit their applications and fees to the LFA Secretariat in Congo Town. A deadline the Election Commission says will be strictly enforced. Given the delay occasioned by the recent court process, all potential candidates are required to strictly adhere to these new dates. The chairman said application filed after the deadline will not be accepted. Following the submission phase, the committee will begin vetting candidates from April 18 through the 30th, assessing eligibility based on LFA 2018 approved statutes and the May 8, 2026 guideline ruled that have been at the center of a legal dispute between incumbent LFA President Mustafa Raji and challenger Kassel Kaur. The official candidate list is expected to be published on the 30th of April, determining which aspirant qualify to contest the election. The Liberian Football Association has also notified FIFA of the court's decision and the resumption of the electoral process. FIFA has acknowledged the update and indicated it will remain engaged and closely monitor every step to ensure compliance with international statute. The operative word there is FIFA international statute. The international body involvement reflects the high stakes as further legal challenges could trigger intervention measures, including the appointment of a normalization committee or even suspension of Liberia from the international body. While the revised timeline allowed LFA to maintain momentum, following the court ruling, it leaves little room for delay as candidates scramble to meet these deadlines. That is the brewing situation with LFA. Now, there was something that came across my desk that is very, very interesting, but we will take it for the grain of salt. But for credibility and informational reasons, we're going to read it to you. It said the Liberia legislature shows signs of reform, but there is a major gap of trust or lack of trust. Liberia legislature shows signs of reform, but trust gap persists. There is a gap. The national legislature is beginning to show signs of reform, according to new governance assessment report that points to incremental improvement in transparency, oversight, and institutional performance, while warning that deep-rooted challenges continue to undermine public trust. You know, there is no wrong way to do the right thing. You either do it right or you don't do it at all. But to say you're going to do the right thing incrementally, you want to be transparent, but you will do it incrementally small. Liberia method, you will do it small. Instead of being 100% transparent, you say you will do it small. You will do maybe 5% transparency and 95% opaque. You will be transparent 5% of the time, and 95% of the time, you're going to do it under the table. That's what this paper is saying. The research and the survey finds that the Liberian legislature wants to transform themselves. They want for the public to trust them, but they want to do it small. This is the republic. This is the country we are talking about that you're going to leave for your children and your grandchildren. For 204 years, this republic has been around. After 204 years, we are talking about doing the right thing, small. The report released amid growing public scrutiny of governance institutions, paint a cautionary optimistic picture that lawmakers are becoming more active and responsive. But the pace of reform remains slow and fragile. The report was produced and released by Legislative Monitoring Coalition of Liberia, LEMCO, co-funded by the European Union and the embassies of Ireland and Sweden. This is no joke. Compared to previous assessment, the latest finding indicates a measured, though modest, progress in how the legislature conducts its work. Key improvements were noted in committee engagement, public hearing, and responsiveness to national issues. But it does most of its work without the proper proceedings. No establishment of quorum. No voting by being on the record, by lifting your hands and doing head counts. Instead, they do nay or yea. This is the nation you are bequeathing to the next generation. When the Robert Rule of Order said before meetings start, there has to be an established quorum. It's the law. The House does not establish quorum. The Senate does not establish quorum on major issues. Everything is nay or yea. And even if the nay supersedes the yea always carries the vote. Notice when they do nay or yea, they don't follow that by saying or oppose. The rule calls for those who oppose to put their hands up. And then the chairman going to come and say, state your unreadiness through votes. And when you object, then they say, well, the yea has it. What a system. These are the League of Minds, people who are making laws for us, those who are setting the benchmark for law. In the Senate and in the House, we got so many of them that say they are lawyers, practicing lawyers. They are members of the Liberian Bar Association and some member of the Liberian Court, Supreme Court. They sit there and there is no establishment of quorum. So why should anybody go to section? You don't need a quorum. The speaker comes in and says nay or yea, oh, the yea has it. You don't care who is there. Observers say this reflects a gradual shift. How the lawmaker perceived their constitutional role. Defenders of the spoiled system say, while the pace of reform may not be fast, as many citizens would prefer, the direction is important. Theophilus Gipley, a semest, who read the report on behalf of the coalition, said there is evidence that the legislature is becoming more responsive, especially on issues of national urgency. These are the apologists of the spoiled system. Recent legislative actions such as increased scrutiny of public spending, with currency management, debates, and review of key policy procedure underscore the evolving posture of the legislature. This is the man who did the research, and they say he should come and present the research. He said the legislature is bad, they're not doing anything right, but they're doing it small, and the outcome, we shouldn't look at the outcome. We should look at the attempt that at least they are moving in the right direction, even though it's like 5%. 95% of the time they are wrong, but we should pay attention to the 5% because it's in the right direction. He is an apologist. if you were in college or any school or any operation that you perform and you underperform, you get a F, you fail. I cannot say, well, he made 40 last year, today he made 42. So that's cool. You fail, you fail. The research is clear. Year after year after year, the legislature does not want to be reformed, and you had the gall to say, even though the report is bad, but they are doing it incrementally, small, Liberia. Let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show. Come, small. Welcome to the show, small.
Small. That's how we operate.
Jesus, what kind of listen? Sometimes just, in my house, sometimes I just sit and then I just bust out into laughter, right? And sometimes my wife will say, honey, you okay? And I say, yeah. She said, what make you laugh? Then when I say, she said, oh, there you go again with your Liberia thing. Yeah, because it boggles the mind. Can you imagine the legislative body, the people that are making the law? The research says they sometimes hold section with no quorum. But yet they still vote and make laws that is binding, laws that are binding. This is the same way they sign these agreements and make it binding. And when you talk, can you imagine the basic tenets of democracy, which is how you hold your forum by roll call, by knowing who is there, by quorum? That means you had, these people don't do it. They don't even ask for, where they don't have any electronic means of tracking who voted yes or who voted no. They don't even ask for the show of hands. They just say yay or nay. Welcome to the show, Fanta. I know I talk too much because I'm so frustrated, but welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Talking is very necessary. It's very, very necessary. This is really alarming. I don't know what other words we can use to describe what we are experiencing as a nation. I think we have thrown all of the adjectives at it, including the kitchen sink. I don't know what else is left, which is why I keep calling for a revolution. And I think revolutions are healthy, right? Every now and then, a nation ought to have a revolution just to flush out the old ideas and allow breathing room for new ideas, innovations, is very necessary, because human beings as a whole, we know, are very easily corrupted when they taste power. And so it's evident in our politics, it's evident from one administration to the next. You just have the same people. So how can we expect different results? If it's not the Gaffons, it's the McGills, is the Conans, is the SARS and the Fellas, like the list goes on. They just hop from one party to the next. Fella is CDC one moment, next moment he is UP, and when another convenient and more popular party comes around, he's gonna hop to that one as well. So how can we must ask ourselves, if we continue to recycle politicians, if we continue to recycle the legislative, we continue to recycle criminals, how can we expect anything sensible out of this nation and the leadership that sits at the helm? They all follow the same playbook, and they know that, they think the people are powerless, forgetting very easily who put them in those seats. And so, even coming across the discovery that a good percentage of our lawmakers have contracts with the mining companies, and then we talk about, those mining laws have to be modified and augmented and ratified. Who's going to ratify them? The same people that have contracts with them? The same people that have contracts with them, Mr. Gayman? Oh, you're on mute.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was on mute.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Like we talk about these mining contracts have to be ratified. They have to be augmented. You know, these MDAs have to be overhauled. Who's going to overhaul them? The same people that have contracts with the mining companies? The same legislators that have contracts with the mining companies?
Yes, that's they serve as the judge, the juror, the jury, and the executioner. They sentence you to death. Then they pull the lever. You know, when they put you in the electric chair, they pull the lever and you fry yourself. Then they say that's justice. And this is what I was just reading, and this article is so important here. And thank God to this guy that wrote this article from the investigator. He said, why Deacon of Liberia's go beer mountain import its own groceries,
of course,
and car washers. Can you imagine? Let me welcome the chief himself, Chief Tomalin. Welcome to the show.
Chief, I'm going to be in competition with you today. I'm going to put on my
That's right, red. Oh, man, come on. Where's my red glasses? I got to find the red ones. You're starting a trend, Chief. Welcome.
Big boss, Mr. Gayman, for you guys and Fanta. Yes, and you know, I read Fanta piece yesterday. Like I said, she did a very extensive job. She did a very research. I mean, she went detailed. I'm telling you, I read and he went details and giving almost minute by minute, play by play description of what happened in Kidmount and B Mountain. And when you take a whole show just on that B Mountain. Now, B Mountain is making headlines now. Everybody is talking about it, and my fear for this government, if they are not careful, B Mountain will be one of the issues that will have to bring them down, because past government failed to do due diligence to Liberian people, and like the three government, the Ellen Weir and the Garguah government, they have not done well with that, especially with the concession agreement they keep giving to B Mountain. And just imagine, we're celebrating 100 years of Firestone in Liberia this year. Firestone came in Liberia 1926, and 100 years later, we'll be giving them we'll be having a celebration in Abel. Hopefully I will be there too. That's where I was born and raised, and I will be invited there to be part of that celebration. But hope we can speak, tell people exactly how we feel, what the Firestone have done. But again, the Firestone that we grew up in, were born in, is not the Firestone today. Now the Americans, down in Harvey S. Firestone Group, they left long time. They're using the franchise name right now. That place has been run by the Japanese. I think the Japanese people there are running that place now. But Fanta, I would like to really recognize that you did an extensive research. I read the stuff, and something that we need to discuss, and hopefully we can take the people to task, because senators after senators, lawmakers after lawmakers have not done the Liberian people fairly. They have created the public trust. And look, until we can do what we need to do, the country will just continue to go in this cycle. And we are. Look around. There's no hope.
Yeah.
Look at our ages. By the next 20 years, we'll be the one they call will be the retired people now. And and our generation will have left the stage, and the generation after us, which we are not prepared. None, Mr. Gayman. People coming after us, they're gonna receive a Liberia that they will inherit a Liberia that is really disheartening, disgraceful, you know. And just sad. It's sad. Our situation is sad. And before I end, we're just lucky to be in this great country called America, because with this country, you have opportunities and you have a safety net. Like, for instance, my daughter will be graduating from high school, my third child, graduating from high school on June 3rd. She'll be also in military school too. Also, my niece will be graduating from high school in Houston.
Okay.
Nice.
So, and then my grandnephew will graduate in Trenton, New Jersey too. So there's a whole graduation coming up for all of us. And the children, then just imagine, last week they were already doing college tour. You know, the children go, but how many of our children can do it in Liberia? Children already, and the thing about it, you can receive, since last year, letters coming from different colleges, coming, pouring to you, coming to decide where you want to go. And our children get opportunity to decide where they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and it's sad, you know, it's sad. So look, all we gotta do, keep on pushing. And maybe like the guys will say, you remember this song? Keep on trying.
Yeah, Zach and Jima.
No, not Mr. Nagbe, what do you call the guy? And Pat Thomas, right?
No, that's Zach and Jima.
No, I keep on trying.
Yeah, that's Jima.
That might want song will shine. That two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Pat Thomas from Street, I think.
I'm drawing a blank, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I keep on trying. That my song.
The old one. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
I keep on trying.
What, Tomalin, you giving yourself, are you retirement too? Let me work out Nagbe. Today,
Wait, Mr. Gayman, like just before you go to Mr. Nagbe, I just want to piggyback off of what Tomalin just mentioned, and especially the Firestone component. So I did an article for Front Page Africa maybe a few weeks ago, maybe about a month or so ago, called "When the Evil That Men Do Lives After Them." And this article,
I will go and fetch it.
Yeah, I just put the link in the chat there. And this article was a very much exemplary of all of the companies that have come to Liberia and just abuse it. And for Firestone, they've been here since 1926. They got their due 6 cents, right? I think it was 6 cents per acre. Yeah, 6 cents per acre. And they continue to also pollute and poison the waterways and the environment with pesticides that are banned in the United States. So I also included this, I also found this in my research and included it in the article. They had the audacity, funny story, they had the audacity to reach out to Rodney Sieh, and they were like, tell her to take it down or essentially remove it. Otherwise, XYZ. And Rodney forwarded me their response from their communication department. And I wish one day, I'm going to publish my response because it was quite nuclear. Let's just put it that way. I provided not only did I double down on that claim that they use pesticides banned in the United States in Liberia, which are polluting and poisoning the environment. They have not met up with their corporate social responsibility. Just the same playbook that has been employed since the 1900s, we're seeing into today. So when he mentioned that he was going to that reunion, I would really want you to question them, have them provide some type of update of what type of chemicals they use today and how far they have come on their corporate social responsibility, because it's still very much lagging. But do read the article; it's very interesting.
I think Tomalin George should make an appointment for an interview.
Yeah.
Let's interview management. But let me welcome Honorable Nagbe. Welcome to the show. I know today we're gonna have your PR team here from the CMC. Briefly, Mr. Ansu Kole and Ansu Dukle will be here to let us know. We heard that you guys we are having this installation of the different chapters in Philadelphia, May 2nd and the 3rd. And Ansu is going to be here to talk briefly about what's going on in Philadelphia. That's your neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's my neck of the woods, and it's happening on May 3rd in Philadelphia. Yeah, I think that will be our 3rd chapter that we're erecting in the diaspora. We have the Minnesota chapter, and then we erected one on February 14th in Nigeria, West Africa. So this is going to be our 3rd. This is the Philadelphia, Delaware, and New Jersey combined. We have the required number threshold for a chapter, And so sometimes we cluster a couple of states until each of them can break out on their own to meet that minimum requirement. And so right now we have these 3 states combined to form the Philadelphia, Delaware, and New Jersey chapter. So we'll be inaugurating that on the 3rd of May. I have letters for Sylvester Pewee, Tomalin Judge, and Peabody, Henry Peabody. They just dropped those in my email. I'll be forwarding them to you guys, inviting the TCA to come and hang with us. But that's what we'll be doing on May 3rd in Philadelphia.
Also, excuse me, I thought you had a chapter. You don't have a chapter in Pennsylvania yet?
No, we don't.
Oh, I thought you had one.
We don't have one yet.
Okay.
What we had in last, I believe, August or July. I don't remember. I think basically it was an introduction. Basically, I think it was around the same time. I think that was in September, around the time the president was at the UN. Yes. So, but now we have a full-fledged chapter, and so Ms. Gertrude Jebla-Singh and team, they are the leaders of that chapter. Ansu Dukle and Asumana Dole, rather, they both live in Philadelphia, but they're on the national level. However, they live in the chapter just as I do, just as Dr. Richardson does. And so we'll all be coming together. The Honorable Musa Zambelete is going to be here. From there, the next weekend, he'll be headlining the Grand Jury program in Silver Spring in Maryland. So it's going to be a back-to-back gathering of CMC people.
Great. At 6 o'clock, your guys going to be here for a few minutes to give us an itinerary of what's going to be happening, because whether I need to bring my red glasses. I mean, everybody on this platform, you got to buy your red glasses. You see?
Yeah. Can I read I just got a release from your political leader. Can I read it?
Yeah, before we do that, Chief, let me quickly unload. I'll pass it on to you. First of all, shout out to my son. I have 3 boys. Jerome, you met one, the one who is the eldest of them. He hangs out with me a lot. That's the one you met in Philadelphia. Al, he's probably watching now. My other 2 boys, they're not too dialed into the Liberia thing yet. But my middle guy, Victor, he's beginning to pay attention. Anyway, that's one of the reasons I left the show the way I did last night. He's had a dog for about 10 years or so. But over the past couple of months, I had been struggling with cancer. And while I was on the show, Kobe passed last night.
Hey, man.
So, he's distraught. I mean, he didn't even go to work today. So I just wanted to say shout out.
You say who passed?
The dog.
My son's dog. My son Victor's dog, Kobe, passed last night. So I just wanted to send a shout out to him. And
Victor, look, I'm saddened, man. My condolences, because look, we all have a dog and a cat, and my dog Rocky.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I'm alone, when nobody around me, I see Rocky come to me, I be saying, God, why can't you let him talk? Why can't you let him talk to me?
Yes.
You want him to talk the way you're trying to figure what in their mind. What Rocky is on you, what he's trying to tell you, But I know how Kobe is feeling. I've lost a pet before. It's something that when you used to that pet, you so dear to that pet. And now it's easy feeling. I know. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you, I know how you feel. How you feel right now.
Thank you. And you're right, Chief. I think the dogs, they're right. They have a sixth sense because they feel things and know things way in advance. Like for instance, in the house, one of us is starting to feel ill or something. He will go and if he's not in the room with you, he will go and just lay down at the door, and that will give us an indication. If someone is coming in, by the time they're in the parking lot, before they hit the door, they already know somebody's coming. They will go at the door. And then like you said, you get a dash. They're always looking at you with that, that puppy eye. Always, it's very beautiful side and wanting and clingy and just kind of supportive and all that. So yeah, we'll all miss him. So Kobe left us yesterday. It's been over 10 years. So in dog years, he's probably might have been 70 or almost 75 years. So yeah. Thank you. Secondly,
go ahead.
Secondly, I'm just unloading, and then I'll pass it on to you, Jerome. I was in the back and I listened to some of the comments you were making. You talk about the Kehleboe situation. I'm sure we'll talk about that in depth. But a lot of people are coming out now and expressing their disappointment. They think this whole thing is a distraction. This government has bigger things on its plate than to remove its lawmaker. I've read the exchanges between Council Kanyo Bala and Council Kehleboe Gongloe.
Complete nonsense.
With Garrison Yellow also coming in support of Kehleboe. I think Kehleboe believes that first of all, the legal process should be explored before the legislative process, which is seeking to remove Kehleboe. I think that's how he said it should be done. And so I just wanted to lend our support. The CMC has come out in support of Yeke, telling the Liberian government we have better things to spend our time on. Thirdly, we've also come out with this emergency session that this government is calling for, 79 billion Liberian dollars to be spent. The CMC has come out very strongly against that. We think the request is excessive in scale. I'm reading directly from our executive summary here. We think it is excessive in scale. We think it's weak in methodology. We think it is risky in macroeconomic effect and dangerous in governance. It's a 14-point that we are putting out. They came out yesterday. I believe yesterday.
Putting out or put out already?
Already out. They came out, I think, yesterday. They're also on my page, and we concluded with an advice how we thought it could have been done. And so we're calling the government, we give them the opportunity to manage our coffers, but we didn't get them free rein to do whatever they feel with it. So we hope they will take a closer look at this whole thing here, because buried in that is the removal of Kehleboe. All this money we're wasting, we don't have it. We don't have the money. We're acting like we're rich, trying to court a new girlfriend and making all this impression. We don't have the money. So we think the government, should pay attention to more serious matters. But as I'm passing it on to you, tonight, on a lighter note, my Sixers are going against Magic in the first round of the play-in. Last night, I managed to take a look at what happened between the Heat and the Hornets. It was a thriller.
It's a shame. The Sixers involved in a play-in. It's a shame, man.
I don't disagree with you, but we rather fight for a chance than not to make the postseason at all. But I feel sorry for Jerome because the Heat, Florida, one of the Floridian teams, got knocked off tonight. We're sending the Magic packing as well. So I don't know what you'll be doing throughout the playoffs. You'll probably have any representation in the playoffs. You're the one I feel sorry for.
We'll be at South Beach. We don't waste time. We don't feel sorry for ourselves. Listen, everybody who on vacation now, you go to Miami, they're all here. All the entire NBA here. Like, oh man, it's really good we made the playoff. Yes, let me welcome Honorable Pewee. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And you are welcome to South Beach too. No problem. Come on.
Yeah, we are the remnants of the reincarnated
of Miami
of the progressive. So we lost South Beach, if you will, and we have metamorphosed into the different side of things.
So, you know what they say about all work without play, right?
Yeah, let Jack a double. I love to work hard, but I can play.
You have to play.
I love to play, but again, let me say, Mr. Nagbe, while we start the show tonight, please cut me off if I went above the 3 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
And Mr. Gayman, right? I meant to say, Mr. Gayman, if I went. We if we do that, we're going cycle. We enjoy the show. Cut me off if I went. Cut me off if I went above the 3 minutes today. I thought to just report myself. Like, I if I do something.
So let me say something to that quickly, Sylvester. And I'm doing what I think we shouldn't do. I think we should minimize cutting each other off. Two, I think when the moderator says it's time, he cannot force any of us. He doesn't have the control.
No, I was just joking about that, and this joke. I just meant to say we'll respect the rules.
Okay.
It's just like at the General Assembly of the UN, right?
They got a yellow light.
It was that. They get down, hit, boom, boom. But again, if you just try to get cut you off.
Got you.
You recently, that's when you ever witnessed the funeral of Jesse Jackson? I saw the Colombia president when he came out.
Yeah.
They came practically in front of his face. He came mad and they're gonna radical. You gotta make the way I gotta end what I was saying.
Look, that's what make it makes it interesting. Somebody yesterday in the chat room, in the comment section said, one thing I like about the closing argument, they're never a boring day.
So, I thought you were going to say, who said that? Was it Joman Jara? What is it? Jerome Gayman? He like talking plenty, but he doesn't listen. He get high, something like that.
Yeah, you see, he get high when you can't do black eye, you don't listen.
So, Father not joining all today?
Father's here, you can see. Oh, I said, look, I'm making an official announcement. Tomorrow or by next Monday, everybody should buy a red glass. You see, find out what red glasses.
Yeah,
Tomalin start a fashion statement. Red.
He's not used to
He just thinks about it for me. Sylvester release has been short circuited. He didn't think Father was onto it. So you all excited.
Yeah, you see, I was all over the place.
When he looked, he said, "Oh, she's here."
I know. Yeah.
Jagged.
But Mr. Gayman, on a serious note, I was attempting today, and I meant to say this intentionally, and I didn't continue. I discontinued immediately when I read the first 3 paragraphs, and if you will, the nonsense from Kano Barbara.
Oh Lord!
I thought it was from the beginning of it. We need to remind him that he's a lawyer. It's unfortunate again. We agree some people can deliberately do things to know. Article 77 of the Constitution is clear. That's not a small crime to put against someone that you would just use political imagination to expel them.
Yeah, punishable by death. Punishable by death.
Yes. Then you will say, okay, they will do political things. No, Article 77 is clear. Treason against the country is a serious issue. So you need to go in court and prove against the man meant to be charged. You said at this point, I didn't continue his reading, but I thought Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe said something very, very wonderful for those non-loyal and intellectual to follow that. Yes, I think it's necessary that we. But the Yekakuba thing, I'm afraid, and this is a test of even you, Mr. Nagbe, the CMC.
You just went over 3 minutes again. Just a simple intro, like you went over 3 minutes.
I went over 3 minutes.
No, go ahead, land.
If I went over 3 minutes,
then I need to comment on it, Mr. Gayman.
You got 49 seconds.
Okay. But we're not commenting on the stories yet.
No, it's okay. If we are not started, but every starting, I like this.
Yes.
But if Fanta is calling to turn out with Jordan, we'll end the show quick.
No problem.
Yes.
Because everybody will be on time today, right? So I will end up that will start. So we'll not be there.
Go ahead and land.
But I will land on this. Teron, after I just lost my thought on that. But again, let's move on. We'll continue the show. I just lost what I wanted to say.
Honorable Gongloe, it was well written in the turn that anybody who can read and write, you don't need to be a lawyer or intellectual. Everybody was able to read that and understand it. The CNC man coming upside down. He might be from Lofa too.
Who the CNC man? Who the Duke?
Ansel Duke is here.
From where?
From CMC.
But nobody's unfair to us now. CMC will dominate this platform now.
Oh,
we got Mr. Nagbe, CMC. We have Miss Kamara, CMC.
Why you jacking?
We got Johnny.
Why you gotta be like this all the time?
We have Johnny CMC. No, Johnny not CMC. Then we have.
I'm not CMC. No, I'm not CMC.
CMC.
No.
Not CMC.
Yeah.
CMC on. Let me welcome Johnny first. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, my man. I am joining you guys from the waterfall in Bon Country, Patawi Waterfall. That's where I'm joining you guys from right now. I just drove from Lofa and I landed at the waterfall and thought to advertise this place through this platform, man. It's cool here.
No. When you want to do that, you do they pay some money. You just come to the waterfall.
We'll send you the
People making that money over there, yeah.
We'll send you the invoice.
Men are tourist minister.
Yeah.
Johnny.
Oh, that Bomba tourist minister?
Yeah. Johnny, if you by any chance get the owner or the manager, you can put her on or put him on for
I can bring her on right now. I can call her now if you want me. I can call her now.
Let me ask you one question quick. They got guest services now? They got guest houses around there now?
Oh yeah, we have about Azu. How many rooms we got here? We got about 10 rooms here, my man. 10 rooms.
Who the we got about 10? Who the we?
18.
Who the we?
We the Liberian people.
Oh, okay. If you bring the manager on, we'll talk to her. I see her and she looks very determined in the absence of support and all of that.
I said, where is Joe? Where is Josephine?
By the way,
okay, let me welcome Ansu Dukle. Ansu, you got a few minutes here. Thank you very much for coming on. Ansu Dukle is the CNC PADE. You know that Liberian people will let title now. You see how long the title is? So CMC is having an event for 2 days next month. He's here briefly to let us know what is it that we're going to be doing there. Those who are coming, I know you got invitation for Honorable Pewee, Honorable Tomalin George. Okay, before I go to you, let me go because the light may just go in Liberia. There's no light.
No. The current year is stable.
Oh, what kind of man? You told me the last time you were in the dark. Now you're stable.
Hello, Michael. Hello, how are you? I'm Josephine.
How
you doing?
Josephine, what's your full name?
Thank you. How are you all?
Yeah, Miss Josephine, what's your full name?
My name is Josephine Sally Richardson.
Okay, Ms. Richardson, thank you very much for coming on. I have with me Mr. Tomalin George. I got Pewee, Honorable Sylvester Pewee. I got Honorable Joseph Victor Nagbe. I got Fanta Kamara, and I got Ansu Dukle. Welcome to the show for a brief movement.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I've been following your event over there. In the absence of funding, you've been trying to keep that place afloat. How have you done it over the years?
Well, by the grace of God, and whatever talent He has given to me, I put it to use, and that's where we are.
Okay, so if I come to Patawi, what is it that I will be doing? What should I expect next time in Liberia?
Oh, you will expect to be a part of nature, God's creation, because you will sleep in the huts our forefathers used to sleep in. You will eat the things that we eat normally here in Liberia as Liberians, because you will eat natural food, you will breathe fresh air, and you will enjoy the waterfall. We have games that you can play. We got the bonfire. I know if you know how to play checker, you will see it here. I'm sure some people know how to play Ludo. We played Ludo before. Go hiking in the forest. We grow our own rice. You can go to the rice plot and harvest rice, or you can go to the rice mill and mill some rice. Those are the things that we do around here. But we enjoy life.
Excellent. I like that. Honorable Pewee, real quick.
I'm already. I'm just at this short comment. I'm mesmerized and taken away. And then my next time I have to make a stop over. I've never been to Patawi, honestly, in terms of coming there. I've just passed around. But I think the next visit, I will do everything to stop by and spend like a weekend.
You are always welcome. This is not about me.
Yeah.
It's about the greater picture of our country, Liberia.
Yeah,
I purpose to my heart that for Liberia. Yes, I'm a businesswoman, but it brings Liberia, or it makes us shine better to the whole world.
Thank you for what you do. I saw a fantastic man call you. I don't know if you've met before, but I just saw calling you that way. I didn't know.
You just can't help the fact that I'm more of a people person.
But that's good. Thank you.
For your auntie.
That my auntie.
Say hi to your auntie.
Of course, my auntie. We already know each other. Damn yourself is happy. What is your problem?
Ma, thank you. Thank you. I've heard so many great things about the work that you're doing over there and how you're transforming the place. I can't wait to come.
You're welcome any day. I'm always here. I'm here to receive you all.
Yeah,
I'm
can
holding
you
the
show us
ground.
some photos?
Room for you all.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be really nice. Do you have like where like so part of the experience? Do we get to cook and fish like our own fish?
Yeah. You're welcome. I had a fish pond. I got fish pond, but I shut it down last year because I was worried I was going to get flooded. And thank to God, I didn't because of the work we're doing. We're lowering the river bed. So we're digging the sand out and we're filling places that water sits. So it's hard, it's taxful, it's expensive, but we're trying.
Thank
you. Thank you.
If
I
we
can't
don't
wait
do
to
it,
come.
we'll get
Yeah, I can't wait to come so we can expand that fish pond. We can definitely do some things to
I will
fortify it.
looking forward to it.
Yeah, please share some photos with us.
You eat complete nature. You will live nature, you will eat nature, you will smell it.
Good. Victor, any comment?
Yeah, I mean, Richardson, Jeff Victor number here. Thank you very much. We hung out a lot, but that when I was on Cuttington, and so I have a very good idea. But I understand you've done a lot of work to it. But I'm following it from the Cuttington chat room. I understand last year you had some flooding problem. Have you been able to settle that?
Yes and no. You know, Liberia, no, if I get sitting now, she not dressed, nobody won't until you start dressing her up. Okay. But this girl is not there. Nobody's gonna I will not take it. Because I know I can take care of her, you cannot. I know how to take care of her because I brought her up and I love her so much, so I will fight to keep her where she's supposed to be.
Got you. And I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but you know, there's some discussion ongoing in the Cardinal community because part of all we pass through Patawi and we love it. And so thank you very much for what you're doing there.
I'm keeping it.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll all come together and make it look better. But thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have Tomalin, are you there? Ma'am, do you have enough lodging?
At the moment, I have 18 rooms. I have I have a neighbor that has rooms already, but they're not well, they're at a different style. Okay, but I have neighbors that got some rooms. But yes, I have 18 rooms. Yes.
So what is the dream? Are you going to build a hotel? You're going to have entertainment center?
I'm not building hotel. This is nature. I will continue to build some more huts. I will go in the forest and build some nice bungalows that look like us. Okay, but it can accommodate you and make you very comfortable. Like where we have now, we have huts, but we have bathrooms. Each one of them have their own bathroom. They are built traditionally. We use our own traditional material to build it. We use the thatch. We use everything. Our beds are locally made right from here. Okay, but it's comfortable.
So what do you use in terms of now when the temperature outside to regulate the temperature in? If it is
at the moment,
AC.
We got fan. We got solar right now. I have generator, but my it cannot take the air conditioner right now. So as I grow, I will look for air conditioner. But at the moment, we use fan. But by evening, the temperature drops, so you don't really need it.
Yes, because it's a forest area. So
yeah,
the hot is like what we have in Limbasa.
We're a little different from Limbasa. We're 100% nature. We're just natural. Our environment is a little different from Limbasa. We have an open hall. You know, we just let you be free.
If the government, but I think Mr. Gayman, we can find some time. It's a very important place, right?
Yeah, we want to go and we want to do a segment on you, like a little documentary.
Yes.
So we can carry you. You show us all around the place. Spend some day with you. Show us all the ins and outs.
I will be happy to do that for you. because this is right now in the week or two when you go to our website, you will see all the species of the different trees and some of the things that we're doing here. This place is historical. You know, Topoh started this. There's a lot of history here, Madam Swakoko, and all of that history. We intend to bring it out because UNESCO was involved, but government has not been able to gazette this place and take it as its own. So I'm really fighting to save it. I'm fighting to keep the people from cutting the forest. I'm fighting to keep them from mining. So all days a fight, but it's okay.
Mr. Gayman, she just struck an important point just now about government gazetting the area. It's important, and I thought we need to really amplify that. But have you contacted the forestry, the FDA, first and foremost, or have you done anything to contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about the government pushing to gazette area?
Everybody know about Patawi, including the president, which I'm happy about. He has given me support that you know, so long I'm taking care of the place, he has been very supportive of me protecting this place. He knows about it. In fact, he told me that he worked here before. He worked here, so he knows Patawi, and he hears everything that I'm doing. So it's okay. But I've spoken to everybody. When they're ready, maybe one day we'll talk about it. But in the meantime, I will keep my foot on the fire and I will keep it going.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to send somebody to talk to you and we'll begin to amplify your plight. Because if we are talking about tourism, we talk about all of the great things they're talking about, we should be able to make that place number one.
We are number one. We're local. We belong to Liberia.
Yes.
We are 100% Liberian.
Excellent. And we will amplify that. Thank you very much for coming.
So, before you go, to know your schedule for the team to visit you one day. Are you there every day in the week?
I'm here 95%. I spend it here.
Okay. Great.
Okay. We'll liaise with Johnny to
we'll liaise with you. We'll get back to you. Thank you very much for making time for us.
And you're welcome, and thank you for speaking to me, and thank you for spending a few minutes in Patawi with me.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the proprietor of the Patawi Waterfalls, Ms. Richardson. So if you are in Liberia and you want to spend some weekend outside of Monrovia, that is the place to be. Go and enjoy nature as it is. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let me go to Mr. Dukley here because he has to go. Mr. Dukley, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. Thank you to the Closing Argument family for giving us the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Introduce yourself for those who don't know who Mr. Dukley is and tell us why you're here.
My name is Ansu Dukley, and I am the executive coordinator of CMC USA, and I am the chairman of the induction committee of PA / Jersey and Delaware chapter that we plan for this coming next month, the 2nd.
Where are you stationed?
Hello?
Yeah, where are you stationed?
Oh, I am speaking from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
Okay.
Okay, now with me here we got Johnny, we got Tomalin George, we got Pewee, and we have Victor Nagbe, we got Fanta Kamara. Tell us, why should we come to Philadelphia the 2nd and the 3rd, and what is it that you're going to be doing?
On the 2nd and the 3rd will be a wonderful day for the CMC. Many of you are aware CMC is a new chapter of political institution that we are building, chapter here in the United States. And it will be the induction or the launching of the new chapter of Pennsylvania. On the first day, in fact, starting Friday, the PA will be here. He will visit a community. He will visit on Friday. He will fellowship with the Islam community of PA chapter. And then on the 2nd day, which will be the induction ceremony, we are trying to make it very big here, and we want all of you to come. So we to the best of my knowledge, we are doing everything to make sure we send all of you formal invitations so that all the media outlet can be here to cover the. We are reaching out to the state senator to be at the program, and the state speaker, Joanna McClinton, as well, to be at the programs, and we are receiving very good feedback from that. And the state councilman, Kenyatta Johnson, will be at the program as well. So we are reaching out to across Liberian because it gave you the opportunity to see what the CMC is all about. Our political leader, our vision bearer, Honorable Musa Hassan Belete of Electoral District Number 7, Nimba County, with himself will be here to grace the occasion. So it will give you the opportunity to hear from him as well and know more about CMC and what the vision and mission are all about. And you know, we see people are gearing up all over, and we expect people to come down and hear the CMC mission and vision.
Thank you. With me is the chair, Honorable Tomalin George is here, Pewee is here, Fanta is here, Johnny is here, Victor is here. Thank you for coming. Victor, any question or anything you want to add before I go to Tomalin George?
No, I would rather give it to my colleagues here on set. Welcome, Mr. Dukley. It's nice of you to come in. Thank you very much for coming to talk to us about CMC. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you.
Tomalin, our guest is here for a few minutes. He's leaving. You have any? I know your invitation is in the mail, especially addressed to you. Anything you have any preference where you want to sit? The kind of food you like? You and Pewee, you got a VIP now.
Well, let me say welcome, Mr.
Anything Mr. Nagbe eat, I will eat.
Welcome, Mr.
Whatever I eat, I will find out.
Thank you, Mr. George.
So when Victor ain't die, then you won't die, right?
Yeah.
Welcome, Mr.
We can do this. See, do all get drink style. So far, we'll roll now.
Go ahead, Tomalin.
Yeah, let me welcome Mr. Ansu Dukley to the closing argument platform.
Thank you.
When I see what you guys are doing, it reminds me 22 years ago when we started at the CDC in this very the USA. I remember, but the record we set in the CDC, no political party has set that record, and nobody has broken that record. We were the fastest growing political party ever in the USA. In fact, every weekend we had established a chapter. Our first gathering was in New York. We raised our first night. We raised $50,000 plus. The next day, NEC issued a release that no party is allowed to raise money outside Liberia. So they was trying to, they said they were against the laws and all kind of crap. But it's a good venture you guys are on.
Thank you.
Tough. Sometimes it gets frustrating, but with determination and a goal to achieve, you'll definitely succeed. You shouldn't give up. I remember all my vacation hours. I used to use it for CDC when I never went on vacation that time on TPSO. I ain't go nowhere. So all my vacation hours, I would make sure by the time President we are getting ambassador when we get in the country. He said, in town, I take vacation. We'll fly to Florida, we'll fly to Pennsylvania, we're just creating chapters. And by the time we look, we have almost 20 to 30 chapters in the USA, CDC USA. I've had 12 of the first CDC USA chairman. Yeah, and then the late Harry Bese, then went on to the others came on board. But I mean, I gave you guys the credit. It's not an easy thing to do. You guys keep up. We look forward to. Is it will be May when?
May 2nd through the 3rd.
Okay, I don't have to. I don't have anything on my schedule, and I'll definitely, God's willing, if everything works out well, we'll definitely be with raise your occasion.
Thank you. We'd love to see you.
I'll be escorting the dean of the platform, Ambassador Pewee. I'll be escorting him there. He will be making remarks on behalf of the TCA, so he'll be our special guest. Bringing the greetings from the TCA. So I'll escort the dean there. So we'll be there.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Fanta, before Mr. Dukley leave, you have any questions, any concern for Mr. Dukley?
No question. Hello, Ansu. How are you?
Hi, Mom. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Good to see you.
Ansu,
Yes.
thank you very much. It's an honor to have you on our show. You know, for some of us that like, they say, word without play is make Jack a dog boy. Eh?
You want me to tell Ansu? I thought the CNC man.
Before you come in, I just want to know because me, I want to bring my red. You know, our old Congo people is there. Your red bottom shoes. That people coming to dance. Are we going to have fun, or we just coming listen to political speech after political speech after?
So, Mr. Gayman will be there that day too, eh?
I will be there.
Wow. So, Fonda, you'll be there too, right?
I have no idea. I cannot make any commitments.
Stop. You gotta come.
Fanta, where are you?
You will drag me.
Fanta, where? Which state you in?
I cannot disclose for security reasons.
Come on,
I need cybersecurity. What do you expect? Like, come on, you guys, you have to think about these things.
Yeah, of course,
Fanta, all have been blasting the government will go to Liberia. So why you don't want to let me know? I want to come visit you one day. Honorable Pewee, Mr. Dukley.
Yeah.
No, on a serious note, I've shared similar ideological sentiments along the CMC, if you will. So we started these discussions, and as a matter of fact, we were the funding ideologue of say institutions.
Don't hear us and make you just ask your question.
If you will. So I share my view of my dear brother here, Dukley, on a serious note. Dukley, let me say to you, inshallah, everything will be okay.
Thank you.
And
wait, did he just say inshallah? Wait, did he just say inshallah?
We have multicultural. We have multicultural.
And now you don't understand.
We welcome you.
You really don't know me. You take some time, you know my level of religion. I'm there with most of, during the war.
My influence, just admit it. It's okay.
I grew up after that, a lot of Muslim. I got a lot of Muslim friends. And I'm not that fluent speaking Mandingo, but I can do very well in Mandingo. But let me say to you, thank you, my brother, for the role you play. We look forward to actually joining the you guys come in the few weeks from now. So. To show that we move Liberia forward. I think CMC intent is great. You got a very great leader that trying to champion the cause of transformation also. So I just want to say thank you. There's no question actually.
Thank you.
Thank you for the role you play.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any parting comments?
Yeah, on that day we look forward to you guys, and like we said, and Chief Tomalin just said it, or building a grassroots movement is not an easy task, especially in a politicized systems in Liberia, where things are not just as it is in a normal setting. And you can see what our political leader is doing. He's crossing through the eye, reaching out, building the CMC USA chapter. At the same time, we're building it in Europe and around the world. It's not easy. So it would be a good thing for people to come on that day so that you hear and see what we're doing, the work we're putting together. It's not an easy task. It's very frustrating. It's very disappointing. But trust me, when you believe in something, you got to hang in there and do it and make it better. And that's what we're trying to do. So we hope to see you guys on Saturday and Sunday. Because we like Mr. Gayman was saying, oh no, come with your dancing shoe because we'll let you dance. The DJ will burn that play down and we'll make sure people dance. There'll be food. There'll be good.
Will be allowed to ban able?
Trust me, man. Trust me. We are multi-diversified institutions, and we welcomes everybody ideas and want people to have their way on that day. We don't want to infringe on anyone's right. It's about having fun. After listening to the PL and after inducting our officers in office, people should have fun. And trust me, you want Ben Elbow, you want to get your red cup, you want to get a white cup, everything will be available. We are ready for this.
They attire with the style.
Oh, thank you. It will be there. The attire will be ready, and every other thing will be there that day. And then we will give people Sunday afternoon, where we do some politics, so people can have the opportunity to interact with the PR. It will be Q&A that night. We want people to come up with it. On Saturday, keep all your questions. We're going to do our politics and dance. Sunday, come there with all your questions, and the PL and his team will be there. The global chair, Dr. Richardson, will be there, and the USA chair and her team will be there as well. So it will be a very nice atmosphere, and it will be a very good time for weekend. Come, let's chill. All road lead to the city of the brotherly love. Come down here, jump the CMC, and hear the CMC side of the story and see what we're going to do. Thank you very much. I appreciate a wonderful time. I appreciate the closing argument for giving us a wonderful space to come and talk about our beloved country and our party, like CMC. God bless Liberia. Thank you.
You all sing the song, CMC.
We sing the song. Don't worry, we sing the song. He like that song.
You don't want to hear me singing song. Tomalin, you don't want to hear me singing song. Trust me, I'm the worst person.
Ansu, thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you next month. I think within a little over 2 weeks we'll be together in Philly.
That's right. I hear from the brother say Inshallah.
Yeah, Inshallah. God's willing. God's willing will be there.
Thank you. God willing will see you.
That's correct. Thank you very much, sir.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us, Johnny is here. Johnny, listen, the day I grew up, I want to be just like you. The guy was just in Benjamin. Okay. Here he is, he's a Patawi, eating natural food, doing everything, and we sit in one room here. We can't even move. Johnny, you are the man.
Mr. Gayman, before I forget, Johnny Williams. Our program note: we also have 2 lawyers coming here tonight. I think to discuss about give some perspective about the Yeke appearance today before his colleague.
Good.
So hope I think by 7 o'clock they may be joining us. We hear the giveaway. So.
Excellent. Next 20 minutes, guys, we're going to have some legal minds here. So we're not going to be talking just from the top of our head like me. It's always my opinion. But these guys are coming to talk about law, the legal. Doesn't mean we won't get involved, but they come to talk about the legal aspect of both sides of the aisle here. Something Honorable Gongloe said, and I spoke to a friend of mine here who operates a big law firm, and he said something. He said, the word treason is not easily thrown around when you are charging somebody of accusing somebody of treason, because treason is usually punishable by death. So when you are charging someone with treason, you better be ready, because it's at the height of our constitutional survival. So people who throw these words around and just say treason, you cannot charge somebody with treason and say we will deal with it in-house. You can't play with somebody's life in-house and say we'll do it internally. That's not how it works. Treason is a major issue. Johnny, you were just coming on the show before the lawyers come. You know, I don't want to say this is why we don't take people seriously in Liberia, but they just throw some of these words around, charging somebody with treason, because why he said it's treasonous. Everybody said that it's treasonous. You know, you're not a lawyer. You don't know what treason is. Anytime somebody says something, be careful, because it could be treasonous. Johnny talked about the word treason. Everybody throws it around.
You know, Mr. Gayman, and to everyone, let me say hello, everybody. But I mean, I would like to wait for us to come on board. But in my personal opinion, I think our people in the legislature, the lower house, I don't think they are knowledgeable about the thing that they are dealing with or they are talking about. I really don't think they are knowledgeable about. And so it just shows how our system of governance and those who are acting the system sometimes work below the belt. I mean, I'm just so disappointed that we are going to take almost 3 to 6 months discussing the Seleke Kromah issue instead of looking at the issues that confront Liberia, to address the issues of corruption, bad governance, addressing health issues. I have been around Lofa several places. I mean, I thought we had a time. We talk. I went to that place. They had the issue with the border crossing area. I mean, I saw issues that should be worrisome to the people of Liberia, or the Yoruba statement he made. You know, I drove and went to Masata, to Vonjema. I spent the whole day there. You know, and I drove to that place. I saw how the security conditions are both on the Liberian side and the Guinean side. And so, rather than being concerned about national issues, they are concerned because somebody made a statement that doesn't have no bearing on tourism, on treason. It has no connection to treason. It has no bearing on the country. It has no negative effect on Liberia, in my view. So I think but I think you'll wait and see how our lawyers are coming on board. Will talk to us, and then we can ask those questions and maybe make comments onto it. But I think Liberian government should focus more on very, very crucial. And for me, I will always say, our biggest enemy to this country is corruption. If we cannot address corruption to ensure that health systems are improved in this country, I mean, you can imagine, I was in Kolahon for the last almost 10, 15 years. Kolahon Hospital have only one ambulance that has almost been practically impossible to work with, right? We had to get one. Then the center of local Canada and Sarah have got another one. So where is the budgetary allocation for health system in this country? So rather than discuss the issue, they're talking about going to go check behind Kehleboe because he made a statement at the thing, because they want to get rid of him because he's exposing some of the deeds that they are dealing with there. You know, I mean, I don't think it's important. They are already treating us bad. Their action is against Liberian people. Liberian people need to live good life. You understand? Our hospitals are down. Here in Banga, Phoebe Hospital is struggling to get even syringes in the hospital. And gauze. Just basic thing in the hospital, you can't get it. Then you go big budget. People giving money, free money. The other day, I heard that the speaker, the speaker, went to FOIA. So they went to that FOIA and came back. They have now told the people what are the issues. And the money they spent was money, but the brand poor taxpayer money. Rather than that, they came on the highway and started singing song. My friend is your friend, your friend. Are they serious about Liberia business? They want to talk about Kehleboe being dismissed or being expelled or suspended. Look, Liberians must rise up to let our lawmakers know that we are not fools in the country. We are not stupid. All that they are doing, we know, but we will take action to make sure they come to their senses. But I think what they are doing to Kehleboe is completely out of order. I would say that. Where it will hold me in contempt, send me to prison, where I think that would be the case. But we have to speak out to let people know that they are not moving the country in the right direction. The issue of Kehleboe should not be anything to Liberia right now, but rather than that, focus on education and health. We need sound citizens and people who are educated in this country. That only will make progress. Sound people and help the people in this country. So let me say thank you guys for holding the show on. But I've been moving around, in Lofa, now I'm in Bong, and tomorrow I will spend some day in Bong, in Banga, and how it be, I will go to Monrovia. And I said, but I made around. I think we need to focus more on the people welfare than looking at what Kehleboe says to Liberian people.
On Nagbe, this article here that says, while extracting roughly 900 kilograms of gold every month from the impoverished communities of Grand Cape Mount County, B Mountain Mining Company was simultaneously importing nearly everything the workers need to consume, from eggs, chicken, honey, soap, detergent, toilet tissue, goods that sit on the shelves in supermarkets across Liberia. Document obtained by the Liberian Investigative Review. The document included an official letter from the former Minister of Commerce and Industry, showed that close to 90% of the company's consumables were being shipped into the country under the import permit bypassed the Liberian business and farmers that the company owns concession agreement was designed to support. The disclosure comes days after B Mountain disclosed publicly last week that the scale of its gold extraction, a figure that has sharpened public debate about how much the country's mineral wealth is actually benefiting the Liberian people. The Liberian government found out, newspaper found out that these people are even importing salt. They are importing soap, dishwashing soap, hand washing soap, bathing soap, toilet tissue, rice. They're importing everything, including they brought in their own car washers from Turkey. We're not talking about this, but we're talking about a guy to be expelled, charged with treason because he says some land in Liberia we shouldn't. I mean, this is unbelievable, Victor.
Yeah, and that is the distraction that many of us are pointing to. Look, I think I mean all of us have said, many of us have said here that Honorable Yeka Koluba's his speech sometimes can leave you make people cringe. I get it, but we have the border. You didn't even talk about that. We have the incident on the border, and I mean, first of all, let me thank Fanta. I forgot when I came on. I took a cursory look at the petition that you drafted. I haven't read through all of it, and I was signed it. So, and I think we need things like this, pull all the stops and let our people know that what Yeke doing is, what many people consider, some of the things to wake this government up. Maybe say in a way that will actually finally grab their attention. But yes, these people, I think it was Martin Colley and his group, who did a composite of life as it is in Liberia under the same Turkish managed company, and life as it exists in Turkey under the same company. The benefits that the communities receive, um, you look at the photos in Liberia, you know, um, what is built in the MDA? I think it was I forget who was here, who was saying, for instance, I think it was Larry Kennedy. I mean, we need to take a look at the MDA. Are these people, living up to the stipulations? Because I understand there are supposed to be stipulations built in there. At the end of year one, you're supposed to maybe build X amount of clinics, build X amount of roads. At the end of year two, X amount of schools. At the end of year three, you know, B. Martin was here for over 20 years. They came in 2021. And, you know, the WEA government, knowing very well they were 1 month to election, decided they were going to extend the MDA, restructure it for another 25 years. What was the motivation? What is it that they've done so much that convinced these people that they needed an extension of another 25 years? I read, yeah, you're right. They bring in everybody. And that is another question for the Minister of Labor, who I think is selling 8,000 work permits per month or something like that. And he thinks it's a good thing. Well, how is he allowing these people to bring in gas attendants? When we have our young people all in the streets looking for a job. These bro bring in chicken eggs. When we have our farmers all over the place trying to find a place to sell their eggs. How are we ever going to build our local entrepreneurs when we're looking them in the eyes, in the face, and pushing them aside? But we understand. I think it was Fagon, Eugene Fagon, who is expressing confusion. I don't know why he's confused. The ultimate UP town crier. He is confused that B. Martin's intake is greater than the budget of the Republic of Liberia. And I don't know. Yeah, I hope he's coming back to explain to us. But these are the paradoxes that our country is going through, and every government comes in, we expect them to do better by our people. It's just the same old and same old. I think Tomalin continue to tell us here, I'm not sure if it's Tomalin, that the president, everywhere he goes, pretty much flies in B. Martin's plane, right? So what is it? He's putting his personal comfort above the country's comfort. So all of these billions and millions that B. Martin is taking out of here, only for a flight that might cost what? I don't know, $500,000, $750,000. Take that and compare it to the millions and millions and millions that these people are taking out of here. I mean, yeah, go to Cape Mount and see how the place looks. And I'm happy that Fanta is lifting some of the issues. Somebody jokingly said here, some of these holes that these people live in there with all of these chemicals accumulating because of that. I've seen some of the water. My friend used to work there. Edward Thompson was a priest there. They got a green lagoon, they got a blue lagoon, and people think it's some kind of tourist attraction to go and see. We're talking about Sinai and all of these. So our people, our government, we have to get serious. It is very, very, very confusing, especially this very government. Yeah, all the governments, but especially this one. And I think I'm going above my 3 minutes. I may have already. I will pass it on soon. But this government is supposed to be the government of the enlightened. They understand the struggle. You know, yeah, many governments before them, but this particular government, and yet they're doing the same old thing, maybe even worse than the immediate past government. So yeah, you're right. This is confusing. We don't understand what is going on. You know, B Mountain has an airstrip. Nobody seems to be monitoring it. Nobody knows what they're taking out of the country. Nobody cares as long as the president flies a private jet when he wants to go to the Ivory Coast. Big deal.
Fanta, this one, the Freetown man say it passed mark, right? It's a B Mountain used to use the local water, right? A company in Liberia satisfied, went through the process, and all of a sudden, B Mountain canceled the contract with the Liberian company. The reason was that they wanted to build their own water factory on site to save money. They canceled that. Not only that, but they started importing building material down to cement. They want to produce their own cement, their own cinder blocks to do all the construction because they did not want to use anything from Liberia. Block Gold, the mine that killed 3 protesters, poisoned a village and supplied apple. Nvidia, what was that? Alphabet and Starbucks. We asked for clean water, they shot us. Okay, they said, let me see, who is this from?
This is the petition that we drafted, asking the public to sign.
Okay. So guys, this have reached what the white men call crescendo. We have to now rally around our people. And I'm glad that the daughter of Cape Mount is taking this lead, not a Bassa man from way down south. It affected, you know, I grew up in Mana River, particularly Congo, and spent a little time in a town they call Jenjen Town. You know, Jenjen, that five people say that trouble place there. and then we live briefly in Norway Camp. You know, I'm a runtime man. I move all over the place. So Norway Camp was a concession camp, somewhere to build for the folks to live. And you saw years ago what unfortunately happened to Norway Camp when the levee that was built by NIOC was not maintained after the company let the levee broke and leveled the entire town with hundreds of people being buried. And we have not heard anything about that case anymore. So now comes B Mountain, importing everything that is available on the ground, from eggs to salt, tomatoes, even down to their own construction material, planks, cement. How in the world is this possible? Fanta, I mean, are your people there? You brought them here.
Oh, Astaghfirullah. 10 times. The devil is a liar. Completely. Maya, I need you to please continue to share these images because pictures are 10,000 words, right? What you're seeing here are some of the dead fish that were discovered when the extensive research was done by the Garguah Project and the Associated Press. Myean, we need to continue these images because they're really, really important. Because we have to demonstrate not just the environmental. So this is the cyanide in the river that turns it this color. And now they joke about it like, oh, we have an attraction. We have a tourist attraction that is blue water or green water. This is cyanide. This is poison. It killed all the fish in the river. You're talking thousands of fish dead. We're talking about a region that once fed itself from this river, and it can no longer do that because it's been poisoned. And I think that's the bigger crime here. The crime against the environment and also the crime against the people. You're talking about 3 young people lost their lives because they dare to speak up against an entity that is exploiting them and exploiting the resources that are under the ground. And they were shot by no other than the Liberia National Police. Gregory Coleman's police, the people who took an oath to protect Liberians, were the one who took the lives of these 3 young men. And I sent you another photo, Myean, of the protest where some youth are carrying the body of their comrade. I would like for you to share that as well. One of the protesters, they shot him in the head. They shot him in the head. And this is the current senator, this Dobido here, Simeon Tiller. This is the current senator who chair these meetings and put Kip Mount in the position it is today. This guy was a church rat. When I say broke and poor, he was broke and poor. He went from being broke and poor to now building mansions everywhere. Everywhere. And he's boldly telling the people, I know y'all not vote for me again, so I will just enjoy myself. I will just do my own. When he gets ready.
Excuse me, you mean this number 8?
This number 8. This figurehead. Midfielder. He can't even kick the ball. He said midfielder. But I need you to get to the protest photo here where they're carrying the body of their comrade. There are a lot of crimes happening here. We're not just talking about restructuring an MDA. We're talking about lives that have been lost, not just to the hands of the Liberia National Police. Myean, if you find it, please continue to share because it's really important here. Not just to the hands of the Liberia National Police, but the waters are poisoned to where the people, when they get stomach illness, they think it's diarrhea. And their children die from it. There have been several people who have died from what they call diarrhea because our health system have failed them to do proper toxicology testing to determine the source of that diarrhea. As you know, in Liberia, when you go to the hospital, you have 3 sicknesses. If you don't have typhoid, you have malaria. You don't have malaria, you have diarrhea. So those are the 3 things our people die from. But this diarrhea all of a sudden came from nowhere in this region. And so you have people dying in addition to the youth that were shot. So no one is taking account of this record, how many people have actually died from this so-called diarrhea. But then, Myean, are you there? You have them using...
Which one do you want?
I don't have the video, so if you can send me the video, that would be great.
So you can continue to share the photos.
Yeah, if it's graphic,
the ones that I have.
Listen, if it's graphic, listen, Myean. If it's that graphic, then we got to pass it through.
Myean knows that the last one they shut us down. So
I haven't seen it. That's why I'm asking her if she can share with me.
So there is a photo.
If it's graphic, we can't do it.
You can just share with me. Let me take a look at it.
Yeah, there is we shared it yesterday. There is a photo of the kid being shot in the head, not that one. There's another photo of them carrying the body of another kid that was shot. That's the photo that I'm referring to. And his comrades are taking him away. So these are actually, this is a situation that is very dire and it's so important. While this distraction is going on, this is the most important story in Liberia right now and for the rest of the year. You're talking about a concession agreement that could sponsor the entire budget and more. You're talking about a concession agreement that could empower the entire region and more agriculturally. You're talking about one concession, one agreement that was signed at a disadvantage to the people of that entire region. Don't forget, you don't just have Kip Mount in that region. You have Kip Mount, you have Bomi, you have Bapolu, in that, just right next to each other, and they all interact. So any type of economic benefit that Kip Mount is going to experience is going to flow over to Bomi. is going to flow over to Bapolu. And these areas are just what? 2 hours from Monrovia? So it's going to tie directly to Montserrado. This is not some distant county that we're talking about. And so the Bee Mountain issue is such a critical issue at the moment, and there are so many loopholes. So for those who are going to say, no, this is legally binding and there's no way to overhaul this agreement, I will push back severely, because research has shown what it takes to consider an agreement breach is if you do not meet certain clause that is stipulated in that said agreement. According to the MDA, Bee Mountain had to provide, under their corporate social responsibilities, hospitals, clinics, schools. And Maya, if you can share that photo, youth centers, right? Of the youth center that they built. Please share that youth center. And you tell me if this is a youth center that will be considered satisfiable to have met this MDA. Maya, you have that photo like as well. I think I'm gonna need sharing rights here, like because it's really important when you're talking about these things to also be able to depict them in images. And what they built was a zing round. They built a zing round and put some weights in there. Where are the computers? Nothing. And then on top of that, you have demolition happening. So when they're when they're using and I forget what they call it. Thank you. This is the youth center that they built. If you can go to the next photo to show the inside. And you see, this is plywood. This is plywood and some, not even 2x2. Right? And that's the youth center that they built. You have these senators, you have these representatives sitting in the House because like having these discussions. And yeah, thank you. This is the youth center that Bee Mountain built. This is the youth center that costs like $100. Or not even, because these sticks you can cut them like from the forest. You have the Gola Kana forest there, or the Gola forest that Sierra Leone has turned into their portion. They've turned their portion into a national park today, and Liberia's portion has been exploited with mining. I mean, what type of sense does all of this make? Sierra Leone have turned their portion of the Gola forest into a national attraction, a national park, because it has the wildlife, elephants, chimpanzees. The list goes on. And this is our youth center, the youth center from Bee Mountain. So they have breached the clauses in the MDA that can consider this contract nullified. But who's going to do that? Is it the same legislators who have already taken bribes from Bee Mountain? Or the ones who have active logistic contracts with Bee Mountain? So when where do we go outside of signing this petition and getting global pressure on Liberia? Where do we go? Myean, please share the photo for that petition again. And this is why I'm calling everyone to please sign this petition and please share it with your friends and family. Because the more signatures we can get, the more we know that we will be closer to nullifying this NDA with Bee Mountain. This is not just a Kimman problem. This is not just a Bumi problem. It's not just a Bapolu problem. It's not a regional problem. It's not a Liberia problem. This is a global problem. The AP and the Gecko Project were just here. Those are not Liberian or African papers. They were way over in their countries and saw this need, that the environment was being abused. And they took their time and flew all the way to Liberia and did this research. The EPA has documented reports of toxic spills. Yet this government has done nothing. So who do we turn to? Back to the same government to say, go nullify? How?
Well, Myean, can you show us the gold? I saw the warehouse of gold. Can you show that? Let's see what it is.
That particular photo is an AI generated. That's not from Liberia. That warehouse.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the AI.
Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, within maybe a few more minutes.
No, there is a mine. There is a photo there that.
No, there's another one like a warehouse, like a gold top there. All those one. I think what Mr. Gayman is talking about. I think I saw that, but the other one there is there. Yeah, but in my Garguah, he just showed.
Yeah, please show the authentic one before they accuse us.
Yeah, please do show like the mining photos.
Yeah, the authentic one before they think we making our stories here.
Yeah, like the
guys.
mining.
Anytime when our folks come on, when the guests are here, we'll bring them on. In the meantime, we'll be talking about
so keep going.
Wow, this is serious stuff.
Yeah.
This is a huge mine.
Huge. Keep going, Myean. Yep, that's also very much.
That's the conveyor belt.
Yep, that's also the mine over there. This is all happening right in our backyard. You take 2 seconds. You from Monrovia, you're in Robertsport. This is happening in our backyard.
Wow.
And what are we doing about it?
Myean, go back to the other one. The one I was just trying to talk about, so we can get that because someone was saying to put these there. All the one here. These are all of the mines there. Yeah, on mine. Thing.
No, that one doesn't look.
No, No, come back.
I sent you like the one that the goals are exposed.
Keep going left. Which one is this right here before the closing argument stuff? All the way to the end.
No, you got it.
The next one, yeah, that one.
This one.
This is not.
Okay, that's not AI.
These are
These are
AI.
No,
okay. That's not AI. There's another one, Myean, like with Ellen.
But it
can you show that one?
The one with Ellen is weird, but yeah, this one might come back a little bit. This one. There's a warehouse of gold. No, you got to come right. No.
This one.
Yeah. No. Just keep coming.
Keep going to your right.
To your right, Myean.
You're right. You're right.
One is real.
Okay. Right.
Is this one?
Myean, keep going to your right.
No,
you're confusing him. Is left.
You are going to your left. He wants you to go to the right. You want to go this way, right?
Depending on where he.
Yeah, he's facing us. So our left, our right is his left.
Yeah. Okay. That's something you pulled just now. I don't think.
So.
But anyway.
Myean, yeah, like if you can also just
if you can send me a quick, I will do something.
Yeah.
So the one with Ellen is there as well because that's also very relevant.
Okay, let me try. Just resend me so I can get it out quick.
In the meantime, guys, our boy Myean had I think he won a spot to do his cyberspace training, cybersecurity training. He will talk to us a little bit about it. We want to make sure that he gets to go to that training and build his capacity. It will help our platform. It will help us. So when he's done, he will tell us what is it.
Where is it? China?
Huh?
China?
No, I think it's local.
But Mr. Gayman, Myean already is TC already sponsoring Myean to a college. What is he talking about?
Yeah, special.
No, that one is a test. It's a test that Clark test. Professor Clark. That one is online course.
Myean, you already sponsoring already to a college. What are you talking about?
That one is beyond. It's beyond that. You already have bachelor.
You gotta decide which one. Either you drive from TCS college scholarship, then you go to the one you want. The other one.
No, what I'm saying, even if you graduate in cybersecurity, there's something called the combat text, which of course, if you graduate from university
focus on your scholarship on right now and go to school.
When you won't get out of the honor is Steve.
We're paying your school right now. You do everything. Go to school.
Okay, Myean, we're talking about that behind the scene.
I already got a main school already. Then he won't do the renting.
Okay, that's fine. Let's
it's
go
just a test. Like it's a certification. That.
Fanta, we're talking about that behind the scene, but let's go to this man. They call what he need, Dr. Nyenwolo, right? There was so much said about him that he was an environmentalist. He was all of those things. So most of us had hope that he will really clamp down on these things because he's very knowledgeable. Honorable people, we're happy now because we got a man that we thought we needed.
Quite, again, the country is such that those that you can sometimes vouch for, and the shockingly will open it underperform, and it's quite unfortunate. I thought the name resonated with most of us and other people from the political landscape, and particularly the party he came from. His tenure is one of those that is very transparent. He opted out of government on the basis of integrity, if you will. So we all were with the mindset and the belief that he will have done some extraordinary job at the EPA. And the EPA is a very great institution that got some very powerful. The laws are good on the book, but we need men with balls and integrity to head said institutions. Listen, and the problem, Mr. Gayman, is that powerful institution in the country will always have control over the EPA. And sometimes he, as the chief administrator of the EPA, will have to be more or less engaged, steadfast in terms of some of the activity, ensuring that the fiduciary responsibility of that institution is implemented, and you will ensure that your subordinate, you as the superior and the chief superintendent of the entity, will have to engage and get yourself involved with the field work also, because here's what most of those inspectors and the individuals are heading out of department, the directors out of, sometimes they are bought by these powerful institutions. Let's say, for instance, Bill Mountain. If you went for a site inspection, and then the entire team is on the field, most of those guys, directors, some directors' salaries around 1,000 or maybe max 2,000. Maybe went to do some inspections, and then on your way back, the entire team is going to be $30,000 or $40,000, Mr. Gayman. Imagine, right? So that is the most difficult aspect of it. And then you expect them to come and give a report, and those report, order report. If you are to move, you see the last EPA, I think there was some issue of when Randall Dopoh and the one cabinet meeting I attended, I want to believe Dopoh even said there was some mechanism the Myean administration, the EPA put in place in terms of putting and trying to determine the nature of how the society or the community were to be or are exposed, if you will. So they put into place certain mechanism and they have to review. They brought in some technical instruments to ensure how to determine how polluted the environment is, if you will. So again, even at that, some of those inspectors were being compromised, or not being tampered with by most of those powerful institutions. So, Dr. Yapawo, the intent was to come and exert himself as the integral person that we all anticipated, but quite unfortunately, things is going the way it's going. If you see the kind of report coming, Sunday, a lot of things being, the waterways being polluted, the various fishes or other things being damaged, and the rest of that. And if the folks were to eat those things, and again, have all of ripple effect on them in terms of their health and all those things, the community. So, Mr. Gayman, it's just quite unfortunate and worrisome, and I think the future for now is bleak, and so we need to exert more very powerful forces. We amalgamate almost everybody to be part of this endeavor, so that we begin the process of taking what we call the people power. If that were to happen, amalgamate Article 1 of the Constitution's gave the power to the people to do a lot of things. So it is the authority that constituted any government, if you will. And by the authority, any government can be brought down. So I think it is very important that the people, and it's part of the reason why I think I should commend Fatah for this petition or resolution, if you will, be populated across the country and recirculate the issue of it and ensure that there's a lot of endorsement on this issue, so that Liberians or the government will understand that the people of this country now are no longer going to sit, fold their hands and pull their legs or clap. No, they're going to be engaged to ensure that there are remedies to most of those unfortunate, graphic, and counterproductive things that are unfolding in the country. It is quite very important. So to call people like Dr. Yapawo is important also. If you can't get the job done, resign. You from a party of serious integrity, your standard bearer portray these things. So I think if you cannot manifest them, they show some level of deficiency on his part, and I think we ought to call him out and condemn his stewardship. I think it's a poor stewardship. He ought to re-engineer that and re-engage, or probably do some recalibration in terms of structural and efficient administrative best practice that we expect him to conduct. But the EPA is a very important institution that will help. I mean, we all know climate change is all over the place. So if you have a weak EPA's chief, it will further just damage the situation of our people. Our people are poor. They are poor, living all in destitution. If there's no one to protect them, their government should protect them.
Great. Let me go to Tomalin. In addition to this, let me pull up this article from the Liberian Observer. It said, Putu Mountain, not just a mine, it is a test. And it reads, the government of Liberia's move to fast track the Putu iron ore project has been welcomed with optimism. A Liberia-led consortium has been selected. There is talk of local ownership, government entity, government equity, and value addition. The language is promising. It suggests a country ready to do things differently. But Liberians have heard this promising language before, it says. For decades, the country has signed concession after concession agreement on similar assurances, jobs, infrastructure, growth. Yet, the lived reality has often been more modest at best. Resources are extracted, ships depart, revenues come in, but rarely in proportion that transform the border communities. Communities remain on the margins of wealth generated from beneath their own soil. That is why Putu is not just another mining project, it is a test. It is a test of whether Liberia truly learned from its past, or whether it is preparing to repeat it. This time, whether with better phraseology. At the center of this movement is a critical question. What does local ownership means? Actually means in practice. If government equity is part of the arrangement, how much equity? On what terms? And with what control? Will that stake translate into real influence over operations and revenue, or will it exist largely as always only on paper? Honorable Tomalin George, we've been hearing this same term over and over and over. Now they have added something called community equity. So the people are asking, we heard this thing before, what does equity mean? Who's in control? How do we account? We've seen something the government tried to flip. They signed up polluted lake in Bomi, they call it the Blue Lake, and they are selling it as a tourist attraction. Here we go again. They are coming back. The senator said he doesn't mind because he knows he will not be re-elected. So he's getting ready to leave. They're all getting ready to leave. They don't care what the future holds. So, Tomalin George, the question is, same promises they have made everywhere they go. They come with a Putu. Putu now is their target. They have selected a firm to represent Liberia and their interest. The Liberian people are asking, what does this thing mean?
You know, first, Mr. Gayman, I see one of the councilors is already in.
Okay, yeah, bring it.
But let me say this. You know, like I said, it will need a whole show to do to get on this thing, because it's serious though. And you know, since we raised this issue about this B Mountain and Putu Mountain and everything, people have been giving information about what's happening, in order being giving information what's happening, what's going on there. In fact, hopefully when we announce that we're going to do this show, people will give us more information. And the other day we're on the show, somebody mentioned about like we have in America the ACDL. You need that organization where in Liberia, where we won't only just talk. that organization I can just say, look, everything that happens in the country will take you go to court, take the government to court, take people to court, you know, and demand that you need some remedy. And that has been the problem. We don't have institution or organization that will challenge injustices and other stuff. And so as a result, we went off air.
No, we're
we're
listening to you. He's just playing the images, but we're listening to you.
Oh, you know, so and honestly, as a result, we're just going to be in this cycle. If he wins the vice president trip to B Mountain, there's a guy that was there to welcome him. This guy, he's been existing for the last, I think, 3 administrations. They call him Walter McCarthy. This guy named Ring.
So not to interrupt, but you see how the water even killed the dog when the dog went to try to drink it? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you see, with all of these things that are happening, if you have the rightful institution organization that will take them to court to say, look, we're going to sue this company for what they are doing to the people. People are drinking water that is poisonous. And, you know, we still have environmental agencies in our country. And everything in the mineral agreement that is signed, the concession agreement is signed, they are in violation. But again, I saw a picture today where you got the people they brought in foreigners from Turkey to wash the car, wash the truck. You tell me, you don't have Liberians that can do that job here? They can wash the truck, the tanker? Or because of the kind of leadership we have had, it continues to just betray the public interest. So look, we can talk all we want to talk. You sign this petition, well, how far are you going to go? But if you were taking a step forward to take them to court, where they go into court, even you sue and you take them to court about.
So which lawyer can you recommend who has taken up something
kind of like to the people?
Fanta,
organization, a group of people come together.
Fanta, call me after the show.
Okay.
You know, but I think when you read it, like I said, this Fanta, I read your piece. It was in depth, and honestly, if we must do a show for that, we got to put a big get advertisement out when we're discussing these things that you raised in your post. We need to raise it, bring it forward. You know, and yeah, look at the guy. Hey, you bring the women and watch guy in like, bro, tell me, you can't find nobody that can do this thing the man doing. They pay good money to do that thing you're doing. But yet it's still, our official will see it and they will ignore it. They turn a blind eye to it. Honestly, it's not fair to the people. And Liberians are incapable that can do that job. That's what we got right now.
The commerce minister gave him the work permit to come and do that.
But you know, we today one of the
not commerce, labor.
The story today was about this. Yeah, so we have one of the lawyers, one of the guys who were helping us here. He gave us, maybe we can take a few minutes with him.
Sure.
To share some light on this Yeke issue and so forth. We reached out to all lawyers who believe that Yeke should be expelled, but they just said they will get back to us. They have not come on. And again, that's the problem we can face when you try to get these guys to come forward. One of them told me, if I can't talk, they will take my contract from me. You want to take my contract from me? Well, you know, I got contract guy.
Now you need the party for you.
So, but you want to post on Facebook, but you can't come. He said, my man, I try that thing there tomorrow. My contract will be canceled. So, but again, let us hear from Councilor Freeman. Somebody else will join us. The president's, hopefully they will join us while he's there too. So Mr. Gayman, it's all yours.
Good. Mr. Freeman, can you come on? There you go.
I think I'm already on, right?
Okay, so Mr. Freeman is on twice.
Yeah. Okay, so can you take me off the horn?
Yeah, you are so good you came in twice.
But that's due to my own technical problem.
Mr. Gayman, before quickly, a few seconds, so that tomorrow we may not have the time today. The statement, this same Bill Martin thing from Kid Martin, the Minister of Land and Mines came up with a very frustrating statement. He came in very strong defense of the company. He said that all of those are saying the company making billions is garbage in, garbage out. And basically, and what one of the news report did today in Liberia, quickly before we move on, they put all of the Kitman government officials in the United Party there. They said the mass minister is telling you why all you saying, because most of them also seem to at least say it's not good in Kitman. But he said it's garbage in, garbage out. We all are saying that. So we need to host a show and really deal with that Nikompu.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we need to do that. Yes.
Let's do it.
We need to really deal with him.
I think we'll do it. Fanta, after the show, call me. I got something to share with you. But let me welcome the Lawrence Counselor. You know, like I said, you know, when you go to New York, the folks will say New York, New York. You say, why they do this? They say we are so good at name us twice. So when I saw your picture 2 times, I said, you know, the counselor is so good. They brought him twice. But welcome to the show. I know this. I saw you. This may be your second time coming to the show.
Well, I think I've been here about 3 or 4 times now.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. The last time you were here, I was quite impressed with the clarity of the issue. So welcome back.
Yeah, if I may opine on the environmental issue ongoing in Liberia as it relates to this corporation, this multinational corporation. And I think it is highly a travesty of justice. I did my master's of law at George Washington in energy and environmental law. And so I think I know a thing or two about environmental pollution. This is a classic environmental pollution. And it is a failure on the part of the Liberian government, not just this administration, but almost every administration, even prior to this one. And here's why I say that. In America, sometimes the law is let vague so that autonomous agencies, for example, the EPA, can pass their own rules and regulations. Okay. So, for example, in America, you have the Clean Water Act, you have the Clean Air Act, and you have all of these other different environmental, acts to prevent against environmental pollution. So that when companies such as B Mountain comes into play, you already have on the books the law that govern environmental pollution, whether it's regarding clean water or clean air or one of the other environmental concerns, like, for example, hazardous waste. In this case, it seems to me that this failure is due in part because you have individuals who have pecuniary interest, what you might want to call the so-called brown envelope that occurs in Liberia so often. But the bottom line here is that we have a serious environmental concern ongoing in Liberia. And unfortunately and sadly, the institution that's supposed to protect the people and protect the environment at large isn't doing the job. That's the dereliction of duty on their part. There is not any coherent environmental law on the books in Liberia pertaining to this issue. So when you say somebody should bring a lawsuit, yeah, that can happen. But then you have to also determine what laws have they violated. In the absence of stringent environmental laws, this almost is an attempt in futility, because you can sue them, but then the other issue is what laws are you referencing that they have violated? The EPA in Liberia needs to hire competent people who have the requisite background so that they can put in place environmental regulations. That's lacking in Liberia. And so it is a problem that is continuing to happen because, as you all know, Liberia is now opening to all of these multinational corporations. So, it's going to continue to happen. The fact of the matter is EPA is not doing its job. We're going to continue to have all of these environmental concerns. The need to actually sort of put in place stringent environmental laws to prevent against environmental pollution.
Thank you very much, Councilor Freeman. Let me welcome the Councilor, is attorney, Councilor Mariah Yakula Kopo. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Jerome. Apologies for being late. I just got off another engagement, but I had to come home.
You have to make a living. You got to take care of the family. You got 3 jobs. So I understand. Thank you very much for coming. You know, everybody, we are accustomed to calling Mariah, but you are officially Mrs. Copper now, so we have to put a title there. But welcome to the show. We appreciate you coming on. Let me welcome Sarah, the Queen. I don't want to get in no trouble with the people from.
Sarah, not happy you should be. I was saying you've been knowing her, so.
I'm talking about the man.
The other man, he's a flamethrower, just so trouble.
The man saying that you
I can sense it. I can sense it. You know, from this thing, I can feel it.
Welcome, Sarah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you for the show. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our guests and everyone. Thank you so much. Very interesting conversation today.
Yeah, Tomalin John, thank you very much for reaching out to all of our friends and colleagues. The show, introduce our folks and what were the topic that we need to be addressing.
Yes, today there was this issue about Representative Kehleboe. He was taken to the House of Representatives to face some hearing about said that he violated. I don't know what he violated, but they have gone nationwide. They're having a discussion of the day, and it happens to be that Councillor Yekula Dopoh was one of those who accompanied the representative there today, and so we thought it wise to ask her. I mean, it's late, but you see, I mean, we appreciate you, Kamara. We appreciate you. At least you've been busy all day from this morning. I've been following you, and you're still busy. So maybe you can help us along with Councillor Fofana. You can help us to understand what's happening over there. And one group is saying it's political, one group is illegal. So maybe we don't know. Maybe you can help us, and we get to see what we should expect.
Quickly, Mr. Gayman, if I may quickly.
Yes, go ahead.
For Mariah, I just wanted to find out something quickly. Is Mariah coming here as a legal analyst to analyze the issue, or a lawyer of because she was now on a front seat representation today for Kehleboe? Is she coming to analyze, or is she coming to sound like she's representing her client in this matter? I just wanted that disclaimer to be out quick before we continue. I just want to know. Thank you.
Is for me to clarify? Or for
yeah, all yours.
Yes.
Both.
I was asked to come and speak on, the ongoing hearing or the ongoing expulsion proceedings. And of course, I am a part of Yeka's team. So I would say, yes, I'm here as part of Yeka's team. And I'm here to clarify, to discuss, to speak on it, on the issue of what happened today, and just provide that. So I don't know where the conversation will go, but I'm here.
Excellent. Let me go over the headlines in Liberia over the few days. Today it says here, front page Africa, Kehleboe Gongloe confront House or attempt to expel Seleke Kromah. That's one. The second one is Kehleboe Liberia Team walk out of the House hearing after committee rejects defense request. And then yesterday it says act of prejudice. Honorable Kehleboe begged for time and it was denied according to the rest. So our inquiry here is we are here. There are a lot of terminology being thrown around by laymen like us and people on the ground. I heard Mr. Moluba from Bon County saying that it is treasonous. Some people say it's treasonous. Other folks are saying even whatever you think what he says is covered under the Constitution, he has the right to free speech. And treason is too harsh of a word. In some instances, it's punishable by death. And some people are saying it is legal, according to Honorable Gongloe, that it is a legal terminology, and if it's criminal in nature, it should go through the court process, not just be relegated to committee hearings and stuff of that nature. So the education piece here is what is going on in Liberia, Mariah, then I'll go to the next person.
So in regards to the Yakes issue,
Yes.
yeah. Well, from what I know so far, that on Thursday, Yake was served a citation by the committee asking him to appear on Monday. And attached to that citation were two complaints, one from the police director and one from Representative Sumo Moba of District 3, Montreal County. And both letters, in essence, or complaints in essence, accused him of making certain statements that they claim were against Liberia's interests, supporting Guinea. And they had several allegations in it to the effect of it was contrary to the government of Liberia's position, it was treasonous, it was disorderly conduct, it was under infamous crimes, it was, it was a whole lot of things. And like Guinea authorities used the statement to celebrate and referenced it. And so a whole lot of things in the both complaints. And Friday was a holiday here. Saturday and Sunday or weekends, non-working days. And so he apparently on Monday he had asked them for time to be able to find a lawyer because they did say he should come along with a legal counsel, a legal representative. And so they extended to Wednesday, which is today. It's still Wednesday. And so he reached out to a few of us, and we're three on his team, myself, Councillor Kabina Janet, and Councillor Jonathan Massaquoi. And we agreed to represent him. He also presented with us what was served on him, which were the citation to appear and the two complaints. And when we asked for any evidence that were also provided, he said they had not given him any evidence. And so for us as lawyers, it's unethical to even go through a hearing without seeing the evidence before time to prepare and give your client adequate defense or representation. You have to at least have notice of what the evidence include based on the charges or the accusations against him. So we decided to write the committee today. I think that letter is public. We read it publicly as well. And requesting them for, one, the statements that they're attributing to him, which they claim are treasonous, to provide us copy, whether it's audio, whether it's video, whether it's written. We also asked them to provide us with the government of Liberia's position on the border issue that they claim his statements went against. We also asked them to provide us with copies of the celebration by Guinea authorities of the statements that they claim Yeke made. We also asked them to give us copies of the House rules governing the proceedings, the hearings that he was being asked for, so we know what to expect and how to proceed. And when we went there today, we asked them, so we had a submission to make, and then we presented it. And there was some back and forth, and then they asked a 30-minute break or conference to go and consult and to discuss it. And we were consulted a bit, and they basically said they didn't have, and we asked them for time after they've submitted the evidence to give us a few days to be able to review the evidence and come up with to help guide the case defense. And they said they didn't have the luxury of time. In fact, one of the lawmakers said that they didn't get money to extend the 10 days that they getting. They only got 10 days to be in a special session, and then the government get money to extend the 10 days. So they can't give us the time we're asking for. So at some point, the conversations was around, okay, if we give you the evidence, can you come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock to proceed? And we say, yeah. If you give us the evidence today, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we'll come and proceed. But then when we went back to the hearing, they decided that they were not going to grant our request, and they were going to proceed with the hearing. And so we said, and even in that conversation, they said that we cannot speak for Yeke anymore. And the rules dictate that it's only the accused person that can speak. And anything the lawyer wants to say, the lawyer should say it to the person, and then the Yeke will speak. And we said, no, this is actually a violation of the Supreme Court ruling. And the Supreme Court has ruled on this before in the Grace Bond case in 2016, some 10 years ago, where her lawyer, Purpampu, was stopped from speaking on her behalf. And the court said that was stripping her of her fundamental rights and it was illegal. And so any outcome of that proceeding was unattainable. So we quoted that law to them and they said they got their own house rules and they're going to do what they want. And so they're going to proceed. And Sumo Mobile should continue with his complaint and whatever he had. And we told them if that's the case, we cannot participate in such process because it was outside of the principle of due process and it wasn't a legal process. So we're leaving. And Yaketu also told them, look, I didn't receive the evidence. I'm requesting the evidence. And if you say my lawyers, my legal representative can't represent me, I don't have legal representation and I can't be in a process where my rights are not protected. So he left. I heard and I read from LNTV that they continue with the process and said that they have completed the hearing. And so we're here.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, we have with us two outstanding minds to talk to us about what's transpiring in Liberia. And let me read this real quick. It says, in Liberia, treason is a high-level crime defined in Article 76 of the 1986 Constitution, punishable by life imprisonment or on a specific statute, the death penalty. So we are not talking anything lightly here. Let me go to Honorable Freeman. Honorable Freeman, you have heard the counselor says what transpired today. I know you are here, but what is your take? You are muted.
So there are a number of issues at stake here, right? I think it's important to unpack it cohesively. On the one hand, it appears that Mr. Kehleboe is being charged for treason. And that's a separate thing. That is a crime against the state. And on the other hand, he has been summoned by the body of which he's a member of, the House of Representatives, for some sort of violation of their rules, their internal rules. So I think it's important to distinguish the two. The House doesn't have the authority to gear into the matters of treason. That's for the state. That's for the executive branch. If there's prima facie evidence that Mr. Kehleboe did or says something that is treasonable pursuant to Article 76, that is for the Ministry of Justice to investigate, and if the evidence permits, prosecute. Hands down, it's not for the House. Notwithstanding, the House has its own rules. Pursuant to Article 38, the House has its own rules. They can initiate hearings for their members. And it seems to me that's what's happening here. The issue is not whether the House can initiate such a hearing. The issue is whether the House accorded Mr. Kehleboe due process of law pursuant to 20A of the 1986 Constitution, and also pursuant to the case that Mariah cited, the Pine versus Johnson case. The court was very clear. The Supreme Court in that case was very clear that, I mean, before you can take someone's life, liberty, or in this case, his livelihood, he must be accorded due process. And you may argue that, well, he had lawyers, but the court was also very clear that the mere fact is not a symbolic thing to simply have a lawyer if the lawyer cannot adequately represent his client or her client. So on the one hand, Mr. Kehleboe may have had lawyers, but from some of the commentaries I saw online, it appears as though the House committee were restricting his lawyer's ability to represent him. For example, when I go to court and my client wants to speak up, the judge always says, talk to your lawyer. When the client is represented by counsel, the lawyer's job is to speak on behalf of the client's behalf. So I think the House got it wrong here. So on the one hand, they can initiate such a hearing, but on the other hand, they have to accord him due process of law. And that didn't happen here, and I think that was a mistake. Now, let me just make a quick comment on what Mariah said. and that is because they didn't produce some evidence or they didn't allow them to speak for him, they actually left the proceedings. That's not something I would necessarily, I think one has to be mindful of that, because, I mean, think about it this way. If you are in court and the judge is behaving in a way that you think violates your client's right to legal representation, you don't walk out of the court. You stay there and you preserve the record. And you basically say, we're going to appeal this matter, and that should be preserved for the record. So I think what should have happened here is for Mr. Kova's lawyers to remain throughout the process, but advise the client not to speak. So simply say on the advice of counsel, I invoke my right against self-incrimination. So walking out may not have been the right approach. I think they could have stayed and could have advising, do not speak where you have to speak on your behalf.
Excellent.
So may I, Jerome, good points of few clarity. One, the House in their citation or the complaints did not state any rule that Yeke violated. They stated violations of the Constitution and the Penal Code, right? They stated violations of constitutional oath of office. They stated violations that were basically on the basis of the Constitution and the Penal Code. So they did not state that he violated any rule, any House rule, which would have supported Freeman's argument that, yes, they have the right to expel, have hearings, conduct quasi-judicial proceedings with the members that violate House rules. So, for example, in the expulsion case with Bidelfan in 1999, Bidelfan was the House, he was chairman of a committee. He had left to go to the US, I think to Harvard. He had a fought off with the pro tem, who was Bromskin at the time. Bromskin, through the process, replaced him from the committee, took his office, locked it up. Someone else was in it. When he came back, he got AFL soldiers, went to the Senate, bust the place, opened the place, cussed his colleagues from senator, from pro tem down, went on the radio, cussed all of them. And they conducted a hearing based on violation of their rules. They could have said it was assault, it was this, they could have found criminal charges based on that, but they went off of the rules and they expelled them, right? So similarly, had the current legislature cited the violation of the House rules as a basis of the hearing, then it would have supported Attorney Freeman's argument that, yes, they have the right to conduct hearings and expel members for violations for cause, right? However, where they specifically state violations of Article 76, Article 38, infamous crimes, violations of contested conduct, and all of those things which are in our penal code and which are in the Constitution, it raises the question as to whether they have the jurisdiction or the authority to conduct hearings based on constitutional matters or criminal matters, which are subject to either the executive actions to prosecute or the judiciary action to hear constitutional matters. So I wanted to clarify the first thing. The second thing I wanted to clarify is on the issue of the lawyer's actions today to not proceed with an illegal process. Remember, this is not a solely legal process. This is both a legal and political process. And because it's a quasi-judicial process, you also, as a lawyer, when you are trying to guide against violations of your client's rights, you cannot advise your client to subject himself to a process that continuously violates his rights. In the courts, yes, you got appeal, and you can say we'll document and go on appeal. But when you end up proceeding before a legislative body like this, a quasi-judicial proceeding, the goal is to halt the process, ensure the process does not continue, or if they choose to continue the process in violation of your client's rights, if you subject yourself to that process and sit in and participate Because even when it said we're going to start by swearing in a witness, when you said that it's swearing in a witness, the witness gave their testimony, the witness gave whatever they say the guy, and then they ask you to respond. Then you say, I got nothing to say. By virtue of exercising your right to not self-incriminate, it doesn't mean you've not been accorded, you did not participate in the process. You participated, but you chose not to self-incriminate. That's completely different than saying, I'm not represented by counsel. And if if the lawyers, as lawyers, the first thing is we have a code of ethics. If you take your client to a hearing without knowing what the evidence against your client is, to be able to properly prepare to respond, and you subject your client to that hearing, it borders on ethical issues, right? Secondly, if you advise your client to go into a hearing that you've already established to be a violation of their rights or due process, and that their fundamental rights have been violated, but then continue through the hearing, you can benefit later to come back and say, yes, I knew the hearing, the process was illegal. I subjected myself. I agreed to participate in the illegal process, and then I come back to challenge it. Right? So that's the clarity I wanted to provide, because it's not a strictly legal process where in court you can decide later that you go on appeal and do this and do that. It's both a quasi-judicial and it's a political and legal process. And the fact that before the hearing even began, we requested certain documents to have notice, which is part of due process, adequate notice of what the charges, besides the charges, what the evidence in the possession were, to be able to speak on behalf of the client and represent. If you say we cannot represent our client, how do we continue to participate in a hearing where we are not allowed to represent our client, right? In a court process, you as the lawyer are still allowed to speak and represent your client and put on the record these things, but we're not even allowed to speak. We're told to speak to our client. So in that way, I don't think it would have been best to sit through a process, subject our client to the illegal process or the process that we thought was in violation of his rights, tell him to participate in it, not say anything, and then go back and say we're going to challenge it. But I just wanted to provide that clarity on those two issues. But everything else, I kind of agree.
If I may, okay? If I may, just briefly. Look, Mr. Kehleboe had already availed himself to the process. He went there with lawyers, okay? He already availed himself to the process. Counsel had already sent letters to the House for certain information. Counsel had an opportunity to ask for that process to be continued. They could have asked for continuance. Notwithstanding, they knew that. Okay,
we did.
But if it was not granted, then perhaps that's why you went to the process. But the bottom line is, Mr. Kehleboe was represented by counsel, and I really believe that stumping out of that process was, even though it was a quasi-judicial process, there is still a pathway to remedy. That's why you have the Supreme Court. So even if that process had violated all of Mr. Kehleboe's constitutional rights, they still had a pathway to remedy. They could have raised this issue on appeal at the Supreme Court. But stumping out of it, I don't think was the right approach.
We can agree to disagree on that, so I think that's fine. So we don't keep going back and forth. But just for the record, we did ask them to give us time, continuance, to be able to review the evidence that they had against our client, so that we're able to provide adequate representation. And they refused and said they were going to proceed, and we said then we, could not proceed in a process that was clearly in violation of his rights.
Mm-hmm.
So
Excellent. Tomalin.
So what next if they decide to go ahead and expel the representative? What will be the next step? Will you guys go to the Supreme Court?
That is always an option, but that's the decision of the client to make. Representative Kehleboe will have to make that decision. It's not for us as the lawyers to make. We can guide and advise, but ultimately it is, the client's decision to exhaust, other remedies to that effect. I know we've had several incidents where cases or a few cases where the actions from the legislature have been taken up for judicial review, prohibition, other remedies before the Supreme Court. But ultimately, it's the client's decision to make. And so, while those are options available to him, if they went ahead and carried out the process without him being represented by counsel, because his counsels were stopped from representing him, then the process is still there.
So that means that since you guys left today, are they going to call him back, or it's over now?
Well, from what I read today on LNTV, they said they concluded the hearing or the investigation without him. So I don't know how you investigate someone without them, but yeah.
Okay, let me go to Johnny. Johnny, I know before you're in Liberia, you're way in Bond County, so we gotta get you first preference here. You got both councils here. Any question? Any concern?
Well, I mean, thank you, Mariah and Stephen, for coming on to help us with the legal information that we need and our people need across the globe. Like Mariah said, I think this issue is more or less political than being a typical legal matter. But what will you guys see as the outcome? And do you have any projection? What do you think will happen in the next few days, and what will be the outcome of it in terms of the way it's proceeding? From your understanding, Mariah, from the way you saw today and how things went, what will be your analysis in terms of how this case will be ended?
Look, I've been trying too much today not to be political. And I'm trying to keep my legal hat on, right? Clearly, it was a kangaroo session. Initially, I think they tried to follow due process, invite him, send him the citation, the complaint against him. And when he said, look, you send it to me Thursday, Friday, or holiday, Saturday and Sunday, and weekends, law offices closed, please give me time to find a lawyer, and again 2 days. So that was proceeding correctly, right? But then today, when the lawyers went and said, okay, we saw the complaint, but we don't see any evidence substantiating these allegations against him that we can respond to. So can you give it to us and give us time to review it so that we have notice of what, the evidence are? They said no. It just basically appeared that one, as they mentioned, they said they didn't have the luxury of time. It was that even we can come back tomorrow and start. But it appeared that they already wanted to do what they wanted to do anyways. And it almost like, okay, we'll try to follow the law, but when they start giving out to my heart, nothing, we'll just do what we want to. And that's not how, these processes are to work. And even the constitutional provision that gives the legislature the power to expel the members, it says in line with due process. Even for the 8.5 of the rules, the House rules provides for due process. And that due process also provides for the opportunity for the person to be able to present their defense. How can you present your defense to evidence that you have not seen, do not have possession of, have not been shared with you, don't have any notice of? And so all of that, is not just contrary to the
So Maria, please, my second.
Sure.
So Maria, can you please explain what the due process is in the case of the Kehleboe case, so that we can understand, as all Liberians that don't have legal knowledge,
Right.
what does that really mean when we say due process?
So basically, due process is an age-old principle of law, and it basically says before anyone, I think Attorney Freeman mentioned earlier, before anyone is deprived of life, liberty, property, privilege, whatever, right? They have to be given due process. That means they have to face the accuser. If somebody say you did this, I have to see the person who accused me, be able to also ask them questions. They ask me questions like it's facing you, not just face because it's by face, but face the person back and forth. The person should be identified in there. I have the right to legal representation, legal counsel. I have the right to be represented by counsel, by myself, by my counsel, by both. And my counsel representation is not just for my counsel to sit there, it's for my counsel to be able to speak for me. Because remember, when you're dealing also with legal processes or processes that include whether it's quasi-judicial, some kind of legal aspect, there are certain things you as the lay person may not understand, but your lawyer will. So your lawyer will be able to adequately provide you representation. It also includes the principle of notice to be given the evidence against me for me to be able to defend myself. So part of facing your accuser means to defend yourself. And to be able to defend yourself, you have to be able to defend the things that, how do you call it, that they have against you. So it's not a surprise. You're not supposed to take people by surprise. So that's why, for example, in civil actions, when somebody file a lawsuit against you in a civil law court, they attach the evidence to the complaint and serve you copy. And you have 10 days or you have time to be able to respond to that complaint and the evidence. Under criminal jurisdictions, when the police investigate, during the police investigation, they don't owe you evidence and you don't owe them participation in the investigation. But once the police find probable cause or there's an indictment and the state charges you with a crime and you forward it to court, you have the right to have access to the evidence you have for what they call discovery. And during discovery, they got to bring all the evidence they have against you and show it to you before the trial even begins, so that you have the opportunity to prepare your defense. So that basic principle of due process is basically what it is: the opportunity to be heard before condemned, to face your accuser, to have your evidence, to be able to bring up your defense. Those are basic principles of due process that in any hearing, the Supreme Court has ruled, whether legislative, administrative, judicial, that has to be upheld, because it is also a fundamental right. It is a constitutional right that you can just deprive people of anything without due process. And I don't know if I was able to simplify what it is, but basically that's what due process is. So you can't just say, you can fulfill certain elements of due process and not all of it. To say, okay, I call you, you're the person that complain you, the person here now, the due process have been established. But, you give me the evidence. I know what the person said, the guy against me, how I will prepare my defense. You say I'm going to bring lawyer, I bring the lawyer said no, but you say the lawyer can talk. So the lawyer just said, no, then there's no point of the lawyer being here. So I'm not represented by counsel. I'm not adequately represented by counsel. So how is that due process? So due process is not just one aspect of something. It's a list of things that you have to do to ensure that this person has a fair chance, right, at having justice or at defending themselves. So I hope I've been able to break it down. And if I can, maybe Stephen can help. But that's basically on the non-legal scale, just giving that person opportunity to be represented by counsel, get the evidence, and to make the process fair.
Great. Real quick, Mr. Freeman, this house has a reputation for saying we will not go to the Supreme Court, we will not abide by the Supreme Court because we are separate branches of government, as they did in the Kofa case. So if Seleke Kromah and his legal team go to the Supreme Court, what evidence do we have that they won't face the same fate?
Well, we already have a precedent in place. The Kwan versus Johnson case is, in fact, a precedent that, in fact, the Kofa case is also clearly set that precedent, that the Supreme Court, as final arbiter of constitutional matters, can review, the outcomes of the decisions of another branch of government, including the House of Legislature. So look, they may say we will not go, but ultimately they will have to go, just as they've done in the past. Now, with regard to the issue of due process of law, I think ultimately, when the case gets to the Supreme Court, if it does get to the Supreme Court, it's going to be a question of whether or not the House adhere to their own rules governing due process of law. The House clearly has the right to initiate any proceedings as it pertains to its membership. Notwithstanding, when you look at the Constitution, you don't look at it in isolation. You got to look at it as a cohesive body. When you look at a constitutional provision, so for example, Article 28 or 38, you cannot simply read Article 38 without reading it in alignment with 28, the whole due process clause. So ultimately, if it does get to the Supreme Court, the question then becomes whether or not, just as the court held in the Pan case, whether or not this legislative committee accorded Mr. Koluba his due process of law. And that also includes, just as Mariah said, it also includes the right to confront your accusers.
Great. Mr. Nagbe, you are next, then Fanta, then Pewee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gayman. Councilors Freeman and Dopoh, welcome. Councilor Dopoh, let me ask you this. We know that Representative Yeka Koluba has had a very, very tumultuous relationship with his current speaker. He refused to recognize him in the early days. I think they ordered his suspension. And ever since then, it's been a push and pull. We know Yeka supported the rescue team during the 2023 election, but he was once a member of the CPP, or supported the CPP as well. Is Yeka a part of the ANC now?
No, Yeka is not.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Thank you. I heard Councilor Freeman saying that his decision to walk out, which I believe you had no control over, must have done him some not so good. It is obvious to all of us that this is a kangaroo process. He's going to get, expelled. I believe the law allows him to sue. Are you guys contemplating that if he were to be expelled without giving you or giving him the due process, as you were denied today?
So, I think I mentioned that earlier. That will be his decision to make, because he's the affected person. As lawyers, we can only advise and guide, and ultimately the decision to pursue his options are his to make.
Gotcha.
And so it would be premature of me to confirm or deny or make any statement around that, because we haven't concluded on what his decision will be.
Thank you. Back to you, John.
Okay, Fanta.
Oh, struggling to get off of mute there. Sorry. Thank you both for being here today. I think it's really important to understand from a legal perspective what type of options are available here, and also to provide additional clarity for the public. We're seeing a very dangerous precedent being set here, and it is one that I think warrants the question about the current state of our judicial system and our legislative. We've seen time and time again the legislative having absolutely no regard for the judicial system, and they themselves have not been the best in terms of offering justice. Where does that leave the citizens, right? Where does that leave the everyday people, or where does that leave even someone like who can now say, you know what, screw the legislative, screw the judicial system. They both are incompetent, as we have seen. We're going to take the laws into our own hands. I mean, when there is a vacuum, of structure and functioning system, what options are there for the citizens when the law stands against them or the system stands against them? So with this very dangerous precedent, I just wanted to hear from both of you. I know you may not support it, but there's a dangerous trajectory that we're heading towards. where we have a state of lawlessness and complete disregard for any type of judicial integrity. So any of you can take that.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, you want to give a shot at that?
I'm interested in knowing what dangerous precedent are we talking about? Is it the fact that a hearing was initiated?
I'm talking about since this administration came and the prior administration, it just happens one season after the next, right? The legislative feel like I'm above the power or I'm above everything else, and therefore I do what I want to do. So we're seeing it again in this administration. So maybe not from a legal perspective, you can provide from a Liberian, just been a Liberian perspective, because we've seen the collapse of both systems, the legislative and the judicial.
Okay. But let me just say, for the record, that the process in of itself, I don't think is dangerous. I think the fact that Mr. Kehleboe was not simply sent a letter and said, don't come back to this house, and instead he was actually...
So I'm not just talking about like the Kehleboe, I'm talking about the entire precedent, right? Precedent that has been set. We've seen with this administration, with the Kofa case and other cases, we've seen with the previous administration, right? Where cases come to, whether it's the legislative or is members of the government who feels they are above the law, right? Or they take actions as they feel fit.
Yeah.
What is that like the state of our nation in this type of chaotic, decapitated system?
I see. Now, there's always a remedy, right? And that remedy lies with the court. I understand that the court may not always be perfect, that mistakes can be made. Notwithstanding, I would urge people when they are confronted with issues that violate their right or appears to violate their right, that they should always avail themselves to the legal processes. You can, go to court, trying to engage in those scenarios that violate the law will not be something, it will only create more chaos. So I get it. There might be issues with the way the process play out. Notwithstanding, as an evolving democracy or as an evolving country, I think it's important that we continue to remind people to always avail themselves to the process.
All right. So can I ask like one more very specific? We saw the recent demolition of regular citizens' houses across the country, mainly in Montserrado. We have now learned, or allegedly, the documents that were used, that were presented in the courts, that the judge ruled upon, which is what I'm referring to, the collapse of our judicial system, their lack of integrity to even do simple diligence. We are now learning that that document was forged. Mr. Nagbe forged that document that resulted in the demolition of everyday Liberian homes. We saw the people we saw their homes being demolished. We saw them living on the streets. I'm referring to that degradation of our system. Let's move it away from Kehleboe. Let's talk to everyday citizens. I'm referring to just that. The fact that the judge could not even do the court could not even do a simple diligence, and it resulted in the demolition of people's homes that they've saved for maybe years to build. What does that say about the state of our nation?
May I come in there? And I think I'm in the best position to speak on that, given the practice in Liberia. One of the things that we often, and I'll try to choose my words a bit better, but that we often tend to do is blame the court a lot for sometimes things that are clearly in the purview of the party litigants. So, for example, what you're referencing, if a party, there are 2 parties to a case or 3 parties, or how many ever parties are to a case, if a party presents an allegedly false or falsified or fake deed or document, it is not the court's responsibility to say this document is false or fake. It is the responsibility of the other party to say, Your Honor, this document is false or fake. And now the court would then have a hearing, especially in regards to land matters. We have a hearing on fraud. So it will come from the issue of the land or who owns the land to the issue of the fraud in title. That means that document has been alleged to be fraudulent. So you now, who's alleging that that document is fraudulent, should prove the fraud in that document. And when you prove the fraud in that document, then the court makes a decision and say, yes, you've proven. In fact, it's not even a court, the jury, because fraud in title is a jury case. The jury and ejectment, which is land matters, is also a jury case. It can't be heard by a single judge. So the jury now will say, yes, you've proven that there is fraud in this title document, and this document cannot be used as ownership of this property. But where the other party sits on its own right, supinely, and does nothing to challenge that document, the Supreme Court and the courts have ruled that a court will not do for a party litigant that which he or she fails to do for himself. So there are guidelines around what a judge can do sua sponte on its own and what the responsibilities of party litigants are. Because the judge cannot be seen to be taking one side. So the judge cannot say that document the person is fraudulent. You have to raise that issue to the judge.
Understood.
So it goes back to the issue of adequate representation. It goes back to the issue of lawyers being what's the word, detailed about the cases, being vigilant, reviewing every piece of evidence. It comes back to what we were even discussing earlier with the Yeke case, where you get the evidence ahead of time before the hearing, and you review each piece of evidence and prepare your defense to it. So if you see a deed that looks like it's fake or that is fraudulent, and there are ways to determine if a deed, for example, on a Liberian jurisdiction, when you survey a property or you purchase the property and survey, you have to, within 3 months, you have to probe it before you register in the archives. I have seen deeds that were registered, then probated, and we called it out. We called out the fraud in those deeds. Sometimes you will see like different things on the deeds that you know what's supposed to be on it. So it comes down to the lawyer themselves doing their due diligence on these documents. And I just wanted to clarify, because I think sometimes, fairly or unfairly so, we put a lot of blame on the courts, on judges, on the courts rather than on the party litigants themselves. But on the issue that you mentioned, I don't know if it was actually fraudulent. I've not followed or seen the evidence in that case, but as you stated, that people lost their properties or were evicted based on a fake deed that the court did not identify as fake. I just wanted to clarify that it was not the court's authority, or it wasn't in the purview of the court to identify that deed as fake. If it was the other party who was in that case to have done that.
Yeah. So
Right.
thank you for clarifying
Yeah,
that.
okay.
One more
Honorable Freeman. Honorable Freeman, then
May I respond briefly to that?
Yeah, just right before you do that. So I hear what you're saying, but when this was happening, the other party did mention that these deeds were fake, and yet we saw very rapidly the court issuing the go-ahead for the demolition. The claim did come up that we have been here, we are the original owner. This document that you're honoring as the court are fake, but yet they were not given the proper ear, and rather rapidly the demolition occurred. So this is where you still cannot remove the responsibility from the court. Whether I'm not saying they have to go and take a spyglass and examine the documentation itself, but I'm saying that they failed the client in allowing for proper diligence or for the case to be heard properly, rather than issuing the go ahead to demolish these properties that have now turned out to be completely fake. But please, Mr. Freeman.
Let me just jump in, because I think what you sort of described is very disturbing. And to just basically piggyback on what Mariah said, the court has a role to play. The court is a court of equity, fairness. the court also, as finder of fact, and in some cases, finder of law, has a role to play. So if a jury is involved, the jury is the finder of fact, and the judge is the finder of law. There have been instances, several instances, where a jury can derive to an actual verdict, and the court could potentially set that decision aside. It's called judgment notwithstanding the verdict. So the court, as a court of equity, I think has a role to play, especially in our society, because context does matter, right? Especially in a society such as Liberia, where you have a lot of litigants, even the ones you might deem to be sophisticated litigants, that they lack the ability to fully conceptualize opportunistic behaviors from other litigants. So the court has a role to play. I get it. Oftentimes when parties come to the court, a lot of blunder has already been made. But it's important to also recognize the court's role as a court of equity to ensure that ultimately the decisions that are coming out, they are fair and they are consistent and they are in the best interest of the people. But yeah, the lawyers have a role to play, but the court also, as the court of equity, has a role to play as well.
Pewee.
So may I, Jerome, before we close on this, I don't think I said that the court doesn't have a role to play. I said the court does not have, it's not the court's responsibility to determine fraud in a document or to call out a document for fraud. It's the other parties. Yes, the court has a responsibility to ensure that the process is free, fair, and transparent, and that it is impartial, and that it's not seen to be taking anyone's side. So I think it's important to clarify that. The second thing also is,
okay, go ahead.
Let me conclude. The second thing also is, as my sister she said, look, I don't have any information on the case that you're speaking of, but it seems to be that you do. However, just by saying that a document is fraudulent does not only suffice. There has to be evidence to prove that it is fraudulent, right? So I wouldn't want to delve more into that because I don't have the information to that effect. But if there is, you know, the evidence came afterwards or whatever it is, there's still remedies to go back to the court for that. But in terms of saying that they call out the fraud and the judge allowed it to happen, that is just more than just saying this document is fraudulent, because he who alleges must prove. So if you allege that this document is fraudulent, then that, and I'll end on this note. If I have a deed and said this is my property and I sue you, that's an ejectment action. I claiming this property have to prove that it is my property to be able to get you out. You can also choose to show that you have stronger title. It is also your property. You can bring a deed and all of that in an ejectment action. But if you come and say, yes, I have title, this is my deed, that deed that Mariah has is fake. When you claim that my deed is fake, then that burden to prove my deed is fake is on you. Now, you got to prove to the court that the deed Mariah relying on to say that our property, that deed is fake, right? So it can't just say, hey, you have to prove it. So again, I don't know the details of that case. I've not really followed the intimate details or seen the evidence, but by just saying that they raised it and the judge will continue to evict, it goes back to whether they actually prove what they raised. That's.
Thank you. Freeman, you were in flight.
Yeah. So look, when I said the court have a role to play, let me be more direct. The court, as a court of equity, must at times scratch the surface when that's necessary. Must scratch the surface. I've been in a court case where a party signed an agreement, waiving their rights to certain property rights. The agreement was signed. There's case law, Maryland Supreme Court case law, that says once that agreement is signed, the divorce case is a contract. But I went to court and argued that the agreement was signed fraudulently because of the way in which it was done. Even though the judge had a signed agreement, the judge make a finding, okay, based on the totality of the evidence that the agreement was fraud, was based on fraud. So the court, as the court of equity, needs to go beyond what the parties are presenting in court. The judges are human beings. They live in the community. They understand what's going on. Mariah said that there is a certain way that a proper deed looks like. Judges can make judicial observation. So look, I get it, but notwithstanding, the court as a court of equity, fairness, has to go beyond this whole idea that the court role is not to determine whether or not a document is fake. That's part of the court's role.
Can I ask a question? No, I just want to ask Stephen a question. When you said the contract was fraudulent, did you not provide any evidence of your claim of it being fraudulent?
That's the question I'm about to ask myself. Yes.
The party's testimony was sufficient. There's no other evidence. The party, she signed the contract.
But that was evidence. But it's witness.
And so exactly the point.
But it's witness testimony.
This lady said that there was clear evidence that the property belonged to certain people. Notwithstanding the demolition.
She said they made the claim. She said they made the claim that the document was fraudulent, that the deed was fraudulent. And my question was, did they prove that claim? You just said the same thing that I said. The judge didn't just take your word for it that the contract was fraudulent. You brought witnesses' testimony, which is evidence to prove that the contract was fraudulent. But the judge on his own didn't just take your word that it was fraudulent to rule that it was fraudulent. And that's exactly what I said. So I don't see what the disagreement is.
They also provided witnesses. They also provided their original deed. They provided witnesses who were there, because this is what happens, right? So per the land cases, even the process that Mariah mentioned, you do have to consult sometimes, like the neighbors, right? Say if there are elder neighbors who have been there for much longer than say you're claiming, who can testify on your behalf. They will be brought into the court, or they can serve as your witness to say, yes, this land belongs to Mr. XYZ, and he's been here for as long as I've been here, and we are the original owners. They did all of that. Now, I wasn't their attorney or their lawyer, but clearly we all watched this play out, and I only have to spend some time and like do some research to provide the documents that they provided, right? By just getting on the phone with them and say, hey, like, send me like your deed. We can all do that. But what I don't want us to do is sort of remove responsibility from the court and the judicial system in these matters that are destabilizing people on a regular basis. There has to be understanding that these matters are very frequent. Forging documentations that will lead to the destabilization of entire families being homeless. The court certainly has some equity to ensure that proper diligence is exerted. I'm just going to say that, but let's not completely remove responsibility from the system here.
Thank you. Yeah, Pewee, go ahead.
I've sufficiently lost my thought on the whole thing, this back and forth thing. But again, we ought to understand here, most of what Fata was trying to allude to, these are people that express their frustration outside the court. These were not debate that unfolded in the court. And I think, Mariah, I'm not one, I won't tend to be one. It's just in that, like what Mr. Freeman said just now about the Maryland situation, when you said that you have to prove, and the judge is there to see what's up, because the fact that you said this was fraudulently done, the weight now will be shifted to you to prove that. If you prove, then the other side will kind of counter that, and then to go through evidentiary, as you call it, and to what one you prove that the law, the judge going to take decision on that, and it's basically the same. And I agree in the countries that the sentiment is too, the public sentiment outside of things. We don't really see the legal materials that will for the debate in the court. Sometimes we just move when see people crying, wailing, and say, "Oh, this the judicial system." But again, it's challenged. But sometimes also, if you got group of a bunch of incompetent lawyers that won't push your case adequately, and sometimes these things, then we want to shift blame on the court, and the judge is not going to do for us what we ought to do for ourselves as party litigant, all those things. We've been hearing this time and time and again. But I want to go back to this case, Mariah, on this issue about, because I listened and I'm getting some inside story that the committee is about to report to plenary, hopefully on tomorrow, Thursday. And there's a report they've gone to plenary that this committee is saying, hey, we did done, I was part, we hauled for him. He came. The due process was done. And then we recommending to plenary that Yeka be expelled. That is what coming out of the committee. They reported tomorrow the plenary by probably 12:30 p.m. tomorrow Liberian time. My point is that here sometimes we listen to legal minds do some legal analysis. For instance, when John Bolton was indicted by this DOJ, a lot of legal analysts came up, particularly from CNN and other network, and said that no, it was not Comey, James Comey and Letitia James from New York. Yeah, and they said that the cases were not basically winnable. The weight was very weak. I want to ask you, Mariah, and Mr. Freeman also. There's going to be a clear thing that the guy is going to go to move to expel Yeke. If that were the case, and you move to the Supreme Court, do you see by any chance the Supreme Court overturning this decision out of the House of Representatives? Is there any strong case for Yeke to counter that via you, his law, the group of eloquent lawyers or today, competent lawyer, if you will? Is there any chance that you can overturn that decision from the Supreme Court in terms of the weight and the because we're looking at the charge of treason here, and I think Mr. Gayman read that content of article synthesis of our Constitution and the rest of that. So I'm looking at you analyzing if it got any weight. Is the weight of evidence very sufficient to stand, or would the Supreme Court move if you really challenge it on the duty of the law?
So I don't know if we even got to the issue of weight of evidence because there was no hearing that Yeke was a part of or that his lawyers represented him in. I think the issue is whether he was a fair due process. And that is, Stephen mentioned that earlier, that if there's any remedial process or any review process would be really on that issue. If he had been afforded due process and he had the opportunity to respond or to get the evidence and respond to the evidence, then the issue would have been whether the evidence, the weight of the evidence, was sufficient to prove the allegations against him, right? So there are two different things. But where he wasn't afforded due process, the issue would be really about whether or not he was accorded due process, whether he was allowed legal representation, whether he had the opportunity to face his accuser, whether he had the opportunity, he had the benefit of notice, was given notice of the evidence against him to properly prepare his defense. Those are going to be really the issues that would be taken up for judicial review if it has to get to that point. In terms of the weight of the evidence, I think that's really
yes. Yeah, sorry.
So Sarah can come in.
As an agent, quickly, yeah. Anyone?
Issue right now.
As an agent of the court, do you think the court would dismiss, the Supreme Court now would dismiss that issue about due process? Was he accorded due process?
Sorry, I'm sleepy, guys. To be honest, that's a decision that only the court can make. The issue of constitutional violations, constitutional
matters. Can you preempt the mind of the court? As a lawyer, can you preempt the mind of the court as a lawyer?
As a lawyer in any legal system, is something we call precedents. And precedents create what we call predictability. Correct? That means I can look at the facts and circumstances, look at the laws, and be able to predict what the court could do based on actions they have taken in the past or precedents that have been set. That's what makes the law, if practiced properly, predictable, right? But sometimes court can call their own rulings, court can change their rulings, so you can never exactly predict what the outcome would be. But if you rely on precedents, more often than not, precedent sets the basis for further discussions, especially where the facts and circumstances are the same. But in other cases, they might say that the facts are not analogous, they're differentiated, and so the laws applied may be different. However, on the issue of due process, this Supreme Court has been consistent on the issue of due process as far back as Wallow versus Wallow. If you went to law school in Liberia, it's one of the first cases you will learn that speaks on due process, and that has been consistent with the Supreme Court's rulings over time as to whether or not this process by which you're claiming they're going to do a report or the outcome of that process was due process, whether due process was given in that proceedings, it will be for the Supreme Court to decide.
Thank you.
Great.
I got two,
Sarah,
yeah, I got two quick questions for either one of you, Mariah or Mr. Councilor Freeman. Do you see a comparison between this case and the Janet case? Do you think it's the same? The Cabinet Janet case?
Councilor Freeman, yeah.
I don't know I don't. I'm not fully acquainted with the fact of Janet's case, but ultimately, it's all going to come down to whether or not Mr. Kehleboe was accorded due process of law. If this matter were to go to the Supreme Court, the court already has a precedent in place in the Kwan case, and that decision is very clear that it's not just legal representation, but adequate legal representation, which also includes the right for his lawyer to speak unrestrictedly on his behalf. And if that wasn't done here, then ultimately it's going to boil down to whether or not Mr. Kehleboe actually was accorded adequate legal representation.
Mariah?
Yeah. So I mean, I agree with from on the difference. One was impeachment. This is removal or expulsion. These are two different hearings. So impeachment, you have presiding who is not a member of the legislature.
Okay.
And that's the Chief Justice at the time was the presiding as provided for under the Constitution, because it was an associate justice that was being impeached. In this case, the legislature is the complainant, is the judge, is the presiding, is the jury, is everything.
So I'm thinking,
right? So
that's two different. It's completely different. Right?
Let me finish now. So impeachment versus internal expulsion, because one was impeachment of an officer of another branch. This is an internal expulsion of a member of the legislature. So those are different, impeachment versus ex. The other thing I see also is Janet was being impeached for rulings. Apparently, okay, let me go back. Janet being impeached for misconduct or however they call it, but initially he and others have been cited to the legislature for rulings that they gave during the elections, and that matter was ended because they said that the legislature did not have authority over impeachment or matters that the justices took in the course of their duty. But then just a few months after that matter was ended, and it included three justices at the time was Chane, former Justice Banks, and Justice Wolokoli. Then impeachment proceedings for Chane started shortly thereafter. So most people believe that it was the same reason, but just brought it under, I think, Akara's grading and said he took Tomalin or he did something that they call misconduct or whatever. So that's, the other aspect. And now, Yeke's expulsion is based on statements that attributed to him saying that from what was played apparently today was that he said the land or the place in question belongs to Guinea, and the map, the yellow lines show that it's the Guinea. Now, usually in those cases, you have people say, okay, they'll seek clarity, they will ask for, what's being referenced, the map or things like that. It becomes mostly a factual finding, but the way it's been used, in the words of Mr. Cummings, they've tied the whipping bow of treason on it. Is something. So the point of the matter is, the one similarity with both is that the removal or the expression is intentional. It's not really about what was done or said or not done or said. It's the fact that they don't want them there. So in Janet's case, they didn't want him on the bench. In Yeke's case, they don't want him in the house. So it's just a matter of what ribbon boita on what.
Okay, my next question would be, do you think, for me, I see the same, Fonati Kofa playbook playing here. I don't know what you guys think, but that's how I see it. I mean, what the House wants to do, they're going to do it. Yeke will go to the Supreme Court, decide so, and the Supreme Court will probably rule in his favor, and the government will ignore it, and that's going to be it. I don't know how you guys see it, but that's how I see it. Councilor Freeman,
look, I mentioned that earlier today.
I don't want to speculate.
I mentioned that earlier today.
Go ahead, Mara. Yeah, go ahead.
I mentioned that earlier today about contract now for right alone. What is happening? It's not. What is happening is setting the business for it to happen to several other persons. Today is Yeke, tomorrow it could be someone else. And you can see, and I'm trying not to take off my legal cap and not to put on my political cap. But you can see an intentional, you're tempting me. You can see an intentional attempt to silence critical voices under this government, especially in the legislature. Whether it's with Kofa, whether it's with Sibo, whether it's with what's the representative from Looking Town,
Abu,
who also been Abu Kamara, whether it's with Yeke. There is an attempt to basically stifle and silence critical voices in the legislature. And this is not new to Liberia. And I referenced the top era. It's a book that documents that, where opposition voices in the legislature were either forced to resign or were expelled. We are slowly back in that era. And what we can talk all the legal thing, we can demand due process, we can ensure that the right thing is done, what they want to do is done regardless of what they want to do is done the right way. At the end of the day, we're facing a threat to our democracy. When you silence critical voices, you can't lead without dissent. You can't lead without accountability. I personally, as even Yeke's lawyers, or one of his lawyers in this matter, I do not always support Yeke's utterances. I do not support Yeke's utterances sometimes. But everybody deserves to be represented by counsel. Everybody deserves to have their rights respected. Everybody deserves to be given due process. That one there, that's something that the Supreme Court in our law and say you go or you cannot. Due process must be part of everything you do. If you court due process and you make a decision, especially in the legislature in terms of impeachment, removal, or matters that are squarely legislative proceedings, the Supreme Court will not review it. It will not fall under judicial review because it becomes a political question or it becomes an issue of legislative authority. But where you do something that violates constitutional due process rights, the Supreme Court can review your action under the doctrine of judicial review. What you are asking about, Sarah, and what we need to really highlight in these discussions outside of the law is the fact that this is a political cleansing of opposition voices.
That's right.
You're taking people out of the legislature who you believe will stand up to things that you want to be passed, who you believe will raise questions about bills, acts, and actions that are going through the legislature, who you believe will publicly tell the people what's happening in the legislature. And that is dangerous for our democracy. So today maybe Yaka, tomorrow maybe somebody else. Even recently, yesterday, there was another lawmaker that was threatened, Debbie, I think, with expulsion indefinitely, and he had to apologize because he had mentioned someone on Spoon that he heard that the trip to Lufa, the men collected $200,000 for that trip. They
Wow.
threatened him with expulsion for that.
Wow.
And he had to apologize. So
basically you see iron hand on their police now, I guess.
So where do we go from here? Like that becomes the question.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have called the two esteemed lawyers here for a few minutes. They've been here over an
Let
hour.
Mr. Freeman give his perspective to them.
Yeah, let him give his perspective and because it's after I think after 2:00 in Liberia, she has to
Yeah,
it's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, Mariah was on school.
So I would do this. I would ask that you do your closing, and then Councilor Freeman would come in and do his closing. Give you some time. So you way behind.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor Copper.
Councilor Kobo, while you're closing, could you kind of just mention briefly, you went there to put up a defense of Representative Yeke. You did not have a chance. You want to mention what kind of defense you're going to be putting up today, if you have the time to do that.
First, we didn't go to put up a defense because we didn't have evidence to defend against.
Right.
So what we went for was to request the evidence and time and request continuance, or what they call postponement of the hearing by a few days, so that when we receive the evidence and have time to review it, then we can come with our defense. So we didn't go to put up a defense, because to put up a defense, it has to be the defense against the evidence.
Okay.
Right, and we're not in possession of any evidence. They are not giving any evidence of the claims. Even the specific statements they were referencing, we didn't know what statements they were referencing as treasonous. We didn't know what statements of his they were referencing as, violation of Article 76. And so we had to basically ask them, can you give us the statements? Can you give us the government position that he said he went against? Can you give us, because I don't know if anybody has seen an official position from the government on the ownership of that border land. I mean, I haven't. The last one I saw, it said land claimed by Liberia. So I part of the whole conversation, or what we wanted to say for, was to request the evidence so we can properly now do his defense, and also to ask for continuance of time to allow us to do that. So even at some point they said, if we give you the evidence, can you come tomorrow morning at 10? And we say, yeah, we can come. We can work all night and come tomorrow. But we just need to know ahead of time, before you even start the hearing, let's have these documents available, which I think is consistent with the right to provide your defense, is to know what you're defending against.
Great.
So in closing, thank you for having me. I'm always available and here to come home to join you guys. I think we're in a sad place as a country, as a nation. We are slowly eroding our young democracy and the tenets of democracy. We are convoluting a lot of issues, whether it's around the issue of free speech or around the issue of criminal liability and around the issue of constitutional violations, and just basically clamping down on critical voices, or voices we don't agree with. And I think it's something that every Liberian should start to take note of and try to warn against and try to speak against and not support. Today it's Yeke, because you may not always agree with what he says, but because he's now become, I guess, a critical voice of the very government he brought into power. But regardless of what decisions they want to take against him, he deserves his right to due process and that his constitutional rights are protected. And I think it's important as a people to first put our country first, rather than party, rather than people we like or don't like, and know that lady justice is supposed to be blind, the law is supposed to be blind, and we will continue to remove the veil off her face. One day, we'll stand before her hoping that she doesn't see us and she'll be staring right down into our soul, and we'll never get the justice we want. And justice doesn't have to be in the court. It can be in any forum, any administrative body, any judicial body, because it is the core of what we as a nation depend on to sustain the rule of law. And that's just basic due process before anything we own or have is taken away from us. Thank you for having me. And I pray for Liberia every day.
Wow. Family George, your guest.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Mariah Kula. Thank you so much for every time we call on you to help us navigate these legal issues. You come and help us. And we appreciate you so much. I like it. The Gayman said it's almost 1 o'clock and you with us. This shows your commitment, dedication, you know. But you know, one thing I would say, please ignore that guy. That guy where talking tabata to you, telling a career professional to go and cook. That's don't even give him credence. I think you're looking for attention. That people, we don't call the people honorable because if you're serious,
they complain. No, I'm done with him.
Just ignore him because it's a shame. What he did was a shame. You know, it's a shame. I don't know why you don't think, but you don't do that. But again, thank you so much. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilor Freeman, I know you gotta go to work tomorrow. Yeah. Go to work tomorrow.
I will be very succinct.
In you being succinct, please address the issue that I brought up first. I didn't hear it.
Which is
the Supreme Court has set a precedent, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the rule that the event in the house was ultra virus, right? It was illegal. The House countered and said, you can say what you want to say. We will not listen to you because we are separate. You don't have anything over us, so we'll do anything. And they did. They removed the speaker against the will of the Supreme Court. So we have that precedent here. What make us think, like me, I can say using that now, I can say I know the end of this movie because I've seen this movie before. So just include that thought within your closing.
Well, I think it's important to recognize that there were also missteps on the part of the court. And we saw that play out because there were a bill of information that was brought before the court, and the court then made some clarification as to what it actually meant by ultra vires. Ultra vires is a term of art, is a legal term of art. I thought the court could have been much more clearer in that. You're referencing the COFA decision, is that correct?
Yes.
I think the court could have been much more clearer in its opinion pertaining to that issue, but the court was not. And as a result of that, we all saw that in the second phase of that proceedings, the court then issued some clarification. So the bottom line is that the court is the final arbiter of all constitutional and legal matters in the country. So the legislative branch, the executive branch of government, any individual litigant must always abide by the court. I know the sad thing is because the court is the final court, oftentimes when you are before the court and a decision is made and you are unsatisfied with the decision, there is no other remedy because that's the final court. And we saw that play out in the case of what this young man knew, the one that usually cuts people, the guy who was just sent to jail.
Prophet Key.
Yeah, Prophet Key. The court is the final arbiter. So when you are before that court and the decision is made and you are unsatisfied, that's where the bus stops. But the legislative branch should have adhered to the court. The executive branch in this case, notwithstanding the court's decision, they did what they wanted to do. And I think that's unfortunate. It doesn't speak well of the kind of legal and judicial system we want to see in Liberia and that we aspire for in Liberia. So in the case of Mr. Kehleboe, I will hope, I do believe that this matter is ultimately going to go before the Supreme Court. I don't see a situation, given Mr. Kolba's history, I don't see a situation where he will be expelled and he's going to just leave it at that. That's not going to happen. So we can safely project that once, if in fact he is expelled, this matter is going to play out before the Supreme Court, just like we saw in the Kofa matter. So that's one thing. But then again, I think ultimately, as Moriah and I have stated clearly, that it's going to boil down to whether the House adhere to their own rules. Now, under the House rules, there's also the issue of due process. They have to accord due process at every one of their proceedings, even one that call for the expulsion of one of its members. The Constitution under 28A also provides for due process. The House own rules provide for due process. And due process is a concept that is very broad because it provides a lot of fundamental constitutional protections. And even though he had counsel there with him, but one can argue successfully that he didn't have adequate legal representation because they were not even allowed to speak on his behalf. So in closing, what I would say is that the Liberian people are watching. And, I always say that we have a breakdown in law and order in Liberia because the people at the top, they do not set the right example. And so the Liberian people are watching. If you want the people to be law-abiding, those who are custodian of the law must also be law-abiding. Okay, so I will hope that, when these kinds of things happen, regardless of our political viewpoints, we have to understand that as in a democracy, opposing viewpoint is very important. There's an old adage out there that democracy dies in darkness. So you may not agree with Yeke Kolba. I'm not a fan of Yeke Kolba. I have seen some of his things and I found it to be outlandish. Notwithstanding, he must be accorded due process before you strip him of his livelihood. His job as a member of the House of Representatives is in fact his livelihood. If you want to take that away, the law provides that you should accord him due process. So, and if you cannot even accord one of your own members due process of law, then the question becomes, what is left of the ordinary Liberian person? Okay, we've seen somebody mention where somebody property was demolished because the judge said the evidence was not sufficient. Ultimately, it all comes to due process. It comes to fairness. The House, if they want to initiate a hearing, they must accord Mr. Kolba due process. Because if they do that, then we can be rest assured that, any ordinary Liberian might also be accorded due process.
Thank you very much for the time. I know tomorrow is a work day. We appreciate you around. Mr. Josh.
Yes, I want to say thanks again to Mr. Councilor Freeman. And thank you so much for always availing your time to us to help us here. We appreciate you. It's not I congratulate you guys for your profession. It's one of the unique profession we have in the world today. And the first thing I like when people say, "You have my lawyer." You have my lawyer. This money he talking. You have my lawyer. You have my lawyer. I can enjoy people say that. I'll say thank you again, man. We appreciate you.
Great. Okay, guys. Fanta, you've been here longer. Your closing, your parting comments. I was hoping to do it right on time at 9 o'clock. Yeah. So.
It's a very, very sad time for us. I know it's become that saying has become famous almost, but we're truly in a state of destitute, and every functioning entity that should be honoring its obligation is not. I can't think of one entity in the government, in the system, that is functioning properly. From the Ministry of Public Works to the National Investment Commission to the Monrovia City Corporation to the legislative to the Senate to the executive to Lands and Mines to Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation to Liberia Electricity, to the health system. Is there one thing? I mean, guys, come on. Like, maybe you can remind me to say, like, this is functioning good. Is there one thing that you can think of that is functioning in our nation as it should?
Corruption.
Besides,
working. Corruption is working.
Because they threaten you to cancel your contract, so I honestly not something I want to have. Oh Lord, where are we? I know you're already gone, but I just really wanted to remind the audience again to please do sign that petition. It is very important, and I'm definitely going to give you a call, Mr. Gayman, because yeah, we definitely have to think about putting not just pen to paper, but taking some real actions here, because they're talking. Yes, we should not get tired talking, but at times it's just tiring because everyone knows the ills. Yet we dance around it, or we make excuses for it, or we justify it, and it is just heartbreaking to be a Liberian at this time, in this day and age. As much as we love our country, to see this type of abuse happening to her, and there's nothing we can do, we can only talk. It's quite sad. Is quite sad because all of our leaders are clearly in the pockets of the corporation, of the corporations. And for the Lands and Mines minister to come up today and said what he said was just so idiotic of him. And if you will know, the previous Lands and Mines minister was fired because he spoke out against beer mounting. He spoke out against the extractive sector, and he was fired because of that. And so I keep asking the question, like, how do we correct this system? Like, where do we go from here? And it clearly points to the top. It points to the top. If the fish head is rotten, the entire body is going to be rotten. There's nothing. Look, I detest Taylor. I truly detest Taylor because he introduced some atrocities or just committed gross violation against our country. You know, so I detest him for the gross human violations. But what I respected of him was his leadership. When Taylor said rest price is $10 today, rest price is $10, it drops immediately. We need that. And this is why I keep saying Liberia needs harder hand when it comes to leadership. Maybe we need a military leader. I don't think these buffoons should be leading us because they just keep recycling in. It's like how do you call that thing? Merry-go-round?
Are we using 10 minutes to close?
Yeah, baby, I know you're going to. That will look right. That will look right. You're not here. You just come. You're not.
Are we using 10 minutes to close?
When you had dinner, you drank your wine, then you come here and you
exactly. I beg you. I'm going to pray. Before I go, let me.
Fanta, the man want you to go.
He doesn't
want you to leave. That's
it. Forget. I can't go pray. I'm not going to say that for him. That ain't just be
It's okay.
It's like a carousel, right?
You have us.
Right, Mrs. Let you chat right now. He chat small.
Not drill.
What do I in that glass there?
They make a drink.
What do I in the glass?
You forgot your glasses. You forgot your glasses too. Whenever you went, you forgot your glasses.
No. What do I in the glass? The glass you're holding.
You forgot your glasses.
We keep
Mr. Gayman.
Yeah.
Wait.
Sorry.
Just really quick because I have to go pray. We keep recycling these people like from one administration to the next. It's like they would just jump on the truck, right? When it's CDC time, they say, "Oh, we are CDC." When it's UP, they say, "Oh, we are UP." And then the leadership continues to empower them. It's like, what is happening? The same people that are in CDC are nearly 50% the same people in UP today. Tomorrow, if it's someone else that will jump on that carousel as well. We cannot allow for that. These people do not take us seriously. And so the problem we're having right now, the only way to solve it is to not just change the leadership, was to install a military leader. That's what Liberia needs, just like Gangé. I don't condone his crimes, but I appreciate his leadership style. And that's exactly what Liberia needs right now. Please do sign the petition. You can find it on the closing argument page and also on my page as well. It's FKMBA.
And please
there
share.
it is. There it is. See? You see? Mr. Getty is trying to say it. I'll call the man up. That man charging.
Now the evidence right there. We got the evidence. We got the evidence. FOC.
Exactly.
The fruit of crime. We got it right there. Thank
Get
you
to
very
the bottom
much,
of
and we'll see you tomorrow.
Inshallah.
Sarah.
Let me go.
Yeah, Sarah. But you didn't even wait for me. I said, Sarah, calling your name, but you still complaining. Jeez.
Yeah.
Go ahead. The global people just left fighting for nothing.
Thank you for the show, Mr. Gayman.
But the moment here,
I
are we not
really
tired?
enjoy you as a moderator.
I mean,
When Pewee and Fanta is on.
You see, Mr. Nagbe say you met here, then you come.
You were the last time. How do you get a close?
Because I gotta go. You don't have to go. I have to go.
You didn't tell him your title. You didn't know, eh? The queen. Yeah. The queen. When the queen here, go.
Let me go quick, Mr.
Go ahead, man. Don't listen to the guy. Then go ahead.
Yeah, like we all have been saying, our country is in deep trouble. To have a government who will come in power on the mantra of rescue and come and want to and silence everybody when they're doing something wrong, and you say, and they want to either maybe hold your paycheck or maybe don't give you your district money, all kinds of things. What is that for? Is that rescue?
Sarah, let me push back. The people said you didn't ask them whether they were not coming to rescue you. You didn't ask them who you going to rescue. You just ran with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they came with this. Oh, we coming rescue mission. Even the men are calling the name rescue. They show him where to Bapolu. He looking for go and down there, and they're all passing around here talking about they rescuing. Rescuing who? Your pockets? The NEC building, they gave the eviction notice. The money you're taking to go pay lawmakers to remove Yeke go rescue the building. How can the whole country not have a national election commissioner building? Why not? These are infrastructure our country should have. We don't have it. We stay renting, and you're using money that's supposed to be used for important things to remove someone who made a statement of his own opinion that he's entitled to. So why is the useless lawmakers not questioning who triggered the entire incident for which our people are currently displaced in Lofa? Why are they not raising that question? Why are they not going after the executive to find the culprit and punish that person? Why are they not doing that? Why? That's important. Right now, as we speak, there is a young man who was wounded from that incident that took place in Lofa. He got shot. There are people who are misplaced, looking for food to eat. Our mothers are displaced over there. Our aunties are misplaced. They left their homes. Why is the lawmakers are not going after what triggered this for which our people are in such a condition? They're running after Yeke, who made a statement. You see why we're going with the lawmakers? The people are not there they're not helping our people. They're not helping the country. They are all compromised. They are all compromised. Who do we look up to now? Lawmaker, you dare to checkmate the government. You dare to checkmate the executive to make sure they are doing what is right for the people. But right now, as we speak, our people are misplaced in Sonamba and other places. They move out of the rightful places. And nobody questioning that, but they're running behind Yeke. They're running behind Yeke. Who do we hold accountable for the incident that happened at the border? Is the lawmaker, are they concerned about that? Are they really concerned about that? I don't think so. Not one of them have raised any question on that. Not one. But they're running behind Yeke. When our people are wounded over there, they don't have place to sleep in Lofa, in fire in the hometown of the president. What kind of lawmaker we got in our country? What kind of lawmaker we got in our country that mad the guy in the brain? That they don't know that the welfare of the people should be number one priority, but they're running behind politics? Thank you, man. Thank you. This is ridiculous.
The queen was on fire. Yes. Let me go to Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe from Maryland Red to River G, not too far. From Maryland to River G, not too far. Go ahead.
Listen, great show tonight. Let me thank first off, thanks to the two lawyers. I think they they provide a lot of clarity on the Yekek issue. I think it's clear to all of us that this is really nothing but revenge. Yekek has been. He helped to bring this government to power. We all know Yekek has been on part of the rescue team, but today they're after him, and so we'll watch and see. I think from all indications they're going to expel him. So we have to see what happens afterwards. But like we said last night, this government has to be careful. I think they're taking too many liberties. They pretty much want absolute. This is a consolidation of power. They want to control every branch of government, totally removing check and balance. Any voice that seemed to have the semblance of dissent, they would descend on them. I mean, several examples were cited here tonight. Debbie in River G, even the Musa ability, Shrimex, Yeka Koluba, removal of Kofa. Even Kofa then was not even an opposition member. Kofa was pretty much, doing whatever the government wanted, but yet all of these are happening, And this government has to remember the country is very deeply divided. This president came to power with less than 25,000 votes, separating he and his opponent. So they have to remember these things. What happened yesterday with the student protests, that is something that shouldn't even be. It's on her. It shouldn't be happening under this government. Government whose most functionaries are exact product of what these children were trying to do yesterday. But we'll be watching. We'll call them out whenever we can, and I hope these lawyers will continue, to help out. I saw Mr. Cummins' statement, the ANC. I think that was good. He's very, on point, calling this for what it is, a bold-faced attempt to silence dissent. The CMC has sounded that warning a long time. We think this is really unnecessary, but we know they're going to go after him because of his critical voice in the House. But as I'm leaving, I wanted to call attention to a bill that is being proffered by the CMC political leader, Representative District Number 7 Nimba, a bill to amend the elections law, making it mandatory for candidates to debate, to bring your agenda to the public square. The immediate past president refused to debate President Weah. Nobody knew what he was coming with to the mansion, and look what he did while he was there. Nothing. This current president refused to debate. Look what we have. We bought a pig in the bag, promising us, 40 years of experience, and here we are. Everybody pretty much is learning on the job from the output that we're getting. So the CMC is going to proffer a debate. If you want to be a legislator, you want to be a representative, you want to be the senator, you want to be president, you have to submit yourself to a debate. Bring your agenda, let people scrutinize it, come and stand in the public square and tell us what you're promising. Tell us what you want to do. We hope that bill will go through so that we understand, we'll have the opportunity to scrutinize our candidates. In this day and age, it's really sad that we just elect people because they come and dress well and give us a few gifts here and there without demanding the agenda that they're going to implement. And no wonder when they come in, they do whatever they wish because there is really nothing to hold them to. Even when they come in again, their self-confessed expressions they cannot keep up with, And so we hope this bill will go through. But listen, it's been a great show. Thank you again for the opportunity. God willing, I'll be with you again tomorrow. thanks to our audience as well. I appreciate the sentiments expressed in the comment section today when I talked about my son, losing his dog, who has been a member of the family. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the comments, the commendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. I think it was a great show. We listened to legal minds this evening. It was great. But I think part of what the closing point from Mr. Freeman is that the democracy will ought to protect those that are, if they cannot protect those that are even there to make law for us, then how will the democracy move to protect the ordinary Liberian people? That is a very, very important ruling comment there that we have to resonate with most of us. It's important that moving forward, that's a very critical piece of an element of our process, where if Mr. Yeke Koruba, Honorable Koruba, is not protected, and he's there with, and because this is through the process that he earned his living, that's what he does for a living, and that's his livelihood, if you will. To remove him from said position via expulsion, if you will, it's not only the issue about taking his livelihood from him, but you are putting his family reputation on the line also. So you have to move to give him appropriate due process, where he will be, because it's the process that is held before he is condemned, if you will. But beyond that, I think if we continue on this space of our democracy, then the next administration were to come in, and then they will try to witch hunt some of these lawmakers that are there, also set the pace of, because they're trying to set precedent. And I think it is not only dangerous, but it's going to be a recipe for major tit for tat when the next government, or whenever we have a change of administration, if you will. So I think most of our comrades that are in today, they are head bent on getting Yeke out, or head bent on being rubber stamp by the executive. And if that is the case, I mean, then they are worthless and useless, worthless, and don't deserve to be called the people deputies. So I mean, so these are things that are unfolding currently. But again, we wait to see what will be the final decision coming out from them. We expect them to close soon. I think it's a 10-day recess. They came on a call from the executive. We expect them to wrap this up soon. But I think part of the executive to even call them, and they selected this as a major agenda issue, is also disturbing and troubling. So, but the country will have to move on. But I will be very shocked and increasingly disappointed, if not completely off of this, if Yeke were to be expelled by the House of Representatives. But we got a bunch of useless folks that are in there. I don't understand their own constitutional responsibility. Treason is a very hard thing to link on someone that is expressing his article. Yeah, we call it the First Amendment right. There we say Article 15, right? This is so I think though the Article 15 comes with responsibility thereof, but I think nothing he said of this that is tantamount of being charged or linked to treason, if you will. So, but Mr. Gayman, that's the country we find ourselves again. But we all have to be very robust. We'll stand up to them, call out some of those things as they unfold. Then probably there will be a lesson learned for most of those coming up in the country. But again, it's just a kind of a very unfortunate situation that we see unfolding in the country. There are major things that should be done. The president, I'm told, is returning tomorrow home. He should be back in the country tomorrow for attending a major state visit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And yes, we told that was a bilateral visitation. The invitation was sent directly from his counterpart from Addis, and they did send a plane to convey the president. Yeah, we'll say, hey, yes, it's important that the president will have to move in other countries, but yes, give us a bilateral visit. But again, I'm told the president will also be on his way sometime next week, before the last week in this month. There's a trip here in the U.S. also, that he will be attending some functions in California. I don't know other areas, but I know about the California schedule and the rest of that. Again, the Minister of Finance is here for the annual spring meeting, World Bank spring meeting, also with that delegation from that and other major government sector. But again, it's a good show, and I hope we are consistent, persistent in ensuring that we discuss issues that are geared towards protecting the citizenry of our country.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we saw on the front page of the papers today, young ladies being undressed and dragged. I mean, these are devastating photos from the Liberia National Police. It just doesn't look good. Tomalin.
Yes, quickly. Thank you, Mr. Gayman, for this hosting a very great another great show tonight. Thank you all the panelists and viewers. Well, you know, again, it comes down to our own people. The CDC won 25 seats in the last election in the House. UP won 11, ANC in 6, and they need 49 members to expel Yeke. And to stop it, you need at least 24 persons to stop the expulsion. So if the parties are in the opposition, so CDC and UP and CDC and ANC lawmakers can stop any expulsion because they get member of the opposition. But again, will they stop it? I don't think so. They all may just go and vote according to what the party of the day wants. So it's a sad thing, though. You know, look, if I should ever get in the legislature, I will be one person who, I mean, if my party is on the right track, I will support them. But that's the thing people can do, compromise. Your party giving you a mandate and something and you just compromise. You say no. You join the ruling party and doing stuff. It's sad. It's very sad. And so we'll see what happens in the coming days. And also, I mean, I'm sorry you didn't read Mr. Bedete's letter, but he wrote a very good communication to the House, which we'll read it tomorrow. But like people said, the spring meeting is on. The World Bank and the IMF spring meeting in Washington. We got about 8 of our ministers here. I think finance, they're all here, the LEC boss, the water and sewer boss, they're all in Washington, D.C. That's a very important meeting for government. So let's see what happens for that meeting. And Ethiopia, I think the president leaves Ethiopia tomorrow, but they said it sounds an agreement. I want Ethiopia.
It's not an agreement, it's another MOU.
Yeah, AI stuff, and AI agreement, all this stuff. But again, look, anyway, look, Liberia was struggling, my people. We'll get there one day. Let's pray for our country. We'll get there one day because we stay far from that, from that golden day. But we got to pray for the country, though. And I heard they released most of the students are arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
The students were released today from prison. I mean, from the police custody. I mean, I don't know why even police students got in jail, but well, then thanks again. Tomorrow we'll see you back, man. But it's sad, though. Sad, very sad.
Well, this is why we are talking about all the MOUs because I remember President Ouattara first trip to China, Grand Bassa County. We were dancing. We have $3 billion. We're going to build oil refinery, and we were dancing all over the place. So these MOU for me, it is just a show. It means absolutely nothing. But anyhow, guys, great show. Let's do this again tomorrow. Please, guys, I really like the segment of what's on your mind. It is a hit. Everybody's sending us what's on their mind. So I will have to take my hat off to Honorable Tomalin George. It was his idea that, I know we just ask the people what's on their mind because we keep talking at them. I said, great, let's try it. And it looks like everybody likes it. So that's good. Guys, let's do this again tomorrow. One thing we have in common, though, when I heard Councillor Kehleboe spoke at the end when she said we are in a dark place in the country, it sounded so many like Attorney Jackson yesterday, using the word like we are in a dark place. We are in retreat and all that. To hear a person like Mariah saying something like that, he said we should pray for the country. This is not from an opposition. This is not from somebody who is totally disconnected from reality. She's on the ground. And I like when she's talking, she said, I can speak to that because I'm on the ground. You have to respect that. So, guys, according to her, we should pray for our country. According to Honorable Pewee, we just have to hope for the best, but the trajectory as it is, hopefully, what Honorable Tomalin have started by speaking directly to the members of the CDC and the ANC, it may help us thwart this expulsion. If the CDC get together for the first time with the ANC folks, they are in the majority, 24 and 6. That's about 30 of them. If they
that's the only solution, Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
Yeah, they need 24 to stop it.
And that way you can see, and see, that's what I like about the politics in this country, right? To hold their ground on those things. And that way I will hope they will try to do in other countries in Ghana. When the NPP or the NDC, this simple thing, they stand for it. But we don't even have the kind of a right institutional of building element of politics in Liberia.
Peter and Pewee, Peter found expelled, right?
Yeah, Peter was expelled. Peter was expelled. The other one from Bomi County to Soko was expelled.
Soko Brown.
Yeah, Soko Brown was expelled.
Yeah,
Peter was expelled. Yeah, that Soko Brown went. He told the choir, "Start chasing the put the chap there."
Oh, that's explaining for?
Yeah.
What's the guy who say you chop and I chop?
Oh,
four.
Four. Not expelled. For that recent anytime.
Yeah.
The other one was Taylor.
CDC.
Was expelled.
Wasn't expelled?
He didn't win the seat back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't win the seat back. Yeah. Bidefan was expelled for Bidefan was my man. Blood Bidefan at the late.
Bidefan died, right?
Bidefan died. He died very young. Bidefan died in early 50s.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I think the king was.
Bidefan when Ellie took over, Ellie he was with fathers. He was having.
Bidefan he was around Ellington.
Yeah. He was around Ellington. Well, anyone, Bidefan was all in the government till the beginning there. Until the boys.
But then the guy from Nagbe, Roland Khan, he got expelled too, right?
No, Roland Khan didn't get expelled. Roland Khan was in the
arrested.
So Roland Khan, when he got involved into that thing, when he took those boys, they put that thing part of Nagbe, a lot of people got killed.
Yeah.
So they charged him for murder. What they say he took people knowing that they got him, and then the case went to court. And then what happened is that he was taken from jail, but they didn't expel him. Took him from jail. He was in jail. He won the case.
Wow.
Yeah, he won the case. He was not expelled. He came back and got something. Yeah, but Bidefan, I think he was expelled for taking. They say he took military people on the capital building ground. He desecrated that, so he expelled him.
Wow.
Yeah, then Taylor brought him back again. Taylor boys in there. Taylor put him back. The men are so tough for Taylor. Then the revolution there. Yeah, so the NPRAG government. So they brought him.
Taylor, you say NPRAG, National Patriotic Reconstruction Assembly Government.
Okay, guys, let's do this tomorrow.
All right, man.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. he and I will discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us a little and abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform that you violate or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bouaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bouaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bouaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Garguah and water will infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bouaka can lie. The government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bouaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bouaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaican, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaican, the major went to I forget that Jamaican. The majors went to Ghana, they fit and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, Hardcore in Labro. But Labro
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
This translator is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. The government that capital road, small that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.